orca picture?
No, I don't think I did.
I made some orcas, but I didn't make prints of them. I did it for myself. Look,
Wow, look at that. Oh, very cool.
It says we're live, but nothing's come up on my phone yet. So what happens is StreamYard delays everything. It also delays the comments, so hence we have it on the phone. I think, are we possibly live now? Please let me know in the comments.
It came up on mine, Scott.
That would be awesome. Yeah, we are. Wicked.
Yeah, we're alive, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so this evening, excuse me, we have got Uncle Dave. Please bear with us when you're asking questions because there's quite a few of you in the comments. So if we miss a question, just keep putting it in. Hi everybody in chat. There is tons of you, but hello to everybody. As tonight, the main topic conversation tonight is going to be conditioning our females, and who better to ask the questions to than Uncle Dave. The show was pretty good on Sunday though, wasn't it, Dave?
I think it was probably one of the best ones I've been to this year. I really enjoyed it. I think it was I mean, spider-wise, it was fine. It was okay. It was good. But I think the actual day as like a social event, I think it was the best one so far.
Oh, socially.
Apparently, there was one thing missing though that people weren't happy with.
What? There was.
Sandwich enclosures.
Yes.
I thought we were going to say you.
No, I got told off because my sandwich enclosures wasn't there.
Yeah.
For any of you that's never been to a show and never had the pleasure of meeting Dave, take it from me. I've spent a bit of time with him on Sundays. I try and do every show that he attends. He is exactly the same on camera than he is in real life. There's no difference at all.
I've got no hair in real life either.
What was pretty cool was we were all stood outside. I was having a vape. We're having a chin wag, having a coffee, and this dad brought his son out, and his son looked like he'd been literally scared to death. He was white, he was shaking, and this dad come up to Dave. He says, "Dave, would you mind saying hello to my lad?" And this lad's face when you said hello to him just lit up, didn't it?
Yeah.
I stood back and thought, wow, you know what that little kid must be feeling right that second. It was just written all over his face, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
He had met his idol.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, though, isn't it? The shows is meeting these people face to face, having a chat with them. You know, you're meeting people from all different walks of life. You know, all different sort of levels in the hobby. I mean, there was loads of people I met today at the show that it's the first one I've ever been to.
Didn't own a spider?
No. So it was, really cool day. I thoroughly enjoy it, and it's just great to meet everyone, and no one should be afraid to come and say hello. No. You know, literally, just come and say hello because it's great stuff. We all enjoy it just as much as you guys, you know.
What kind of put a smile on my face as well? There was quite a few of us in a circle all chatting, obviously with Dave, and then as soon as Dave speaks, everybody just goes quiet and listens. And I think that comes across in your videos as well, Dave, because you literally have one of the most calming, relaxing voices ever. And I reckon everybody says, "Oh, I reckon he must, give him sleeping tablets to spiders to make them so quiet." I reckon it's your voice. Uncle Dave enters the beastie room, and the spiders go, "Oh yeah, time to chill."
You know, it was a really funny thing because I've actually taken this week off of work. So that I can catch up in my room and do different bits and pieces. So I spent all day today just cleaning glass and watering. I didn't do any feeding. I just done watering, cleaning glass, basically getting my room round because it looked like a bomb at it. I've had a lot of different things going on in here at the moment, and I've not managed to finish any of them. So it was in a real mess. So today was the opportunity to get stuck in, and it was a weird thing. I had spiders sitting out and I was inside cleaning the glass and moving around doing it, and they were just sat there looking at me, watching. And it actually occurred to me that none of these spiders were running away. None of them were disappearing. They were all just sitting out like, oh, we'll be done in a minute. You know what I mean? We'll get back to relaxing. And and it was a strange scenario, really. It's probably happens a lot, but I never really took notice of it before. And I think it was, I've got an adult female tripepi that's normally really skittish. And she just sat in the middle of the enclosure, and I cleaned all 4 sides of the glass inside, and she never moved. She just sat there, and I just carried on, just working away. And she never moved at all. And I thought, bloody hell, that's taken her probably about 3 months to settle down like that. Do you
reckon it's because you've created the perfect environment for them, the best you can, in the beastie room, and they don't want to come out, do they? Because there's nothing, there's no reason for them to come bolting out of the enclosure.
No,
I like to think that when you're not in the room, they're threat posing each other across the room, and as soon as the door goes, it will go, "Dave's coming."
Yeah, they're all in there meditating.
before the live, it would have been about 20 minutes before the live. There was Tony was in the chat, and he says we're patient, we're calm, and we love our spiders. I like that. A massive shout out to Happy Ann. He's just done 20 months as a channel member. That's just come up. Thank you, Callum. Appreciate it.
It's mad. Yeah.
I want to kind of talk about conditioning true spider females as well, but I think we'll do that a bit later on, maybe. As you know, I don't do a lot of breeding purely because I can't control temperatures as well as what you can, and I just like to keep spiders. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I will breed little bits and bobs every now and again, but not much. So if you have a spider, pick one, Dave. Any female that you say would need conditioning.
Well, I'll let you into a little secret. And to be honest with you, the vast majority of them, you don't really need to do a lot with. Most of them will, you don't have to worry. We hear a lot about changes in temperatures, giving spiders cold periods and things like this. And it does work with some, but the vast majority of the spiders, especially the real sort of like the common, the hobby favourites, most of them, you really don't have to do a great deal. Hardly anything at all. So as long as you've got a static environment, you've got a nice stable environment, you're pretty much there, really. I think the big thing, obviously, is if you can raise your room temperature, then that will help. That will give you a little bit of an edge. And it basically speeds things up a little bit. So a lot of them will breed cooler.
If we could just keep the questions to conditioning females just for the time being, and then once Dave's had enough of conditioning females, we'll ask him some questions. There's a few, obviously, merch. So if you had let's say an undescribed species, you've gone on arachnoboards, you've gone on Google, and there's just nothing out there. It's a brand new species to the hobby. How would you then do your research into thinking, well, how can we pair this female up? You've just had, let's say you've got mature male as well as.
Yeah.
How would you go about it? Would you look at the country of origin and weather patterns, or?
Yeah, I wouldn't go necessarily so in depth. But first off, find out where it's come from. That will give you an idea of basically whether it's going to be, a hot country, a mild country, whatever it may be. And then the most important thing to do then really is to look at what family that spider belongs to. Because, when you look at a genus of spiders, they're pretty much the basics. We're talking basics now. We're not getting too sort of nitty gritty. But if we stick with just the basics, then they are all going to be fairly similar. So if you can find one spider in that nest that's giving you some information, that's going to point you into that general direction. And from that, you can then work it out. So if, for argument's sake, if you're looking at a spider that's, say, in the south of Asia, and there's no information on it whatsoever, but in the same family, there's one in the far north, you can take the information from that one in the north, and then you would look at that, and common sense would tell you it's probably going to want it a little bit warmer. You know, it might want it a little bit wetter. You know, it could be these different things, and you have to sort of pick the bones out of things like that. But try not to overthink it either. You know, it's there really is no need to overthink. I think there's a lot of myth and mystique about breeding and what have you, and it's not really, you know, it doesn't really need to be like that.
Steve W. Can we ask about human females? How do I get a girlfriend? There's nothing on pre-loved.
Get a better job. A better job and a bigger bunch of flowers.
Flowers, chocolate, Barry White, and scented candles.
Yeah. Failing that, just no. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
I think in the past, I think breeders, up until like maybe even as I'd say about a year, maybe 2 years ago, I've always made it seem like a complex process. Some of the YouTubers that I used to watch certainly made it seem like you couldn't do it at home because they had the information. The female needed conditioning for 6 months. You have to run it through every single season. Yeah. And you, Dave, Uncle Dave, has come along and gone, let's have a look at this logically.
Yeah, I think you need to.
And the female's ready.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, the key things I tend to go for is. I mean, I've been looking more in depth to it now, but on a basic terms, I won't bother breeding a female unless I knew when its last molt was, because there's no point in wasting your time. Unless.
Why is that so important for people watching? Why is it so important to know when that last molt was?
Well, basically, what happens is when you're pairing your spiders, if you have a successful pairing, and she then goes off and molts, before she produces a sac, then all of that sperm is then molted within that exoskeleton. It's gone. It goes with the molt. So she is now, to all intents and purposes, an infertile spider going forward. So she's got a new set of clothes, but she's completely, she's almost like had an abortion, if you like. It's, I suppose, in basic terms, that's pretty much what it is. You know, she has shed any kind of viability that she had. So what we do now is we try and make sure that we get a molt from our spider, and then from there we know that we've got X amount of time that we can dictate to a certain extent how much time we have. So we can play around with temperatures to slow them down or speed them up. Food is another big issue as well. So all of these things will dictate when our next molt is going to be. And if you keep records of your spiders, you'll find that your spiders have a relatively regular molt pattern within your feeding regime. Yeah. So it's sort of, you're already building your knowledge there. Your knowledge base is there in your molt dates. So you can work from that.
Kale says, Dave, at what point in the female life cycle does conditioning begin? I think this is all pointing towards keeping a diary of all your spiders from spiderlings all the way through, doesn't it? Yeah,
I mean, in what point of female life cycle? So are we talking about when is she actually going to be mature enough to breed? Is that
Kale's second question was, how do you know when she is matured and ready for breeding?
Right. Okay. If you look at your molts from your female spiders, when they're young, you'll see the spermithia and the flap that we often see in our females. You'll see that 9 times out of 10 is either clear or very, very light coloured. As they mature, it gets darker and darker. And when it goes really dark, and it normally goes like a bronzy browny sort of colour into a black, then we know that she is fully mature. And this is one of the big things, and one of the things that people suffer with breeding is trying spiders that aren't yet mature. And just because a spider is a certain size doesn't make it mature. So you can feed a spider to an extent that it molts really quickly and grows really fast, but it's still not sexually mature. Does that make sense?
Definitely.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of the times I used to get told, like, you know, your spider's ready if it's got a 4 centimeter body. You can breed them as small as a 4 centimeter body. But going off what you've just said, in the future, I mean, I'm going to move so I can get an outdoor area so I can do the temperatures. I think those molts are absolutely crucial by what you're saying, Dave.
It just helps, because what we're looking for is we're trying to create an arsenal of knowledge that we can fall back on. So when we come up to problems or something didn't work, we can then backtrack into our information and see what went on. Presume that, hoping that we've managed to do it once already. We've got that knowledge there, that information is there. So, quite often, if things don't work, the first thing people do is a rehouse. And you're like, why? Just because your wife fell out of love with you, don't mean you've got to move home, does it? She'll still make the dinner. So,
You'd hope so.
So, you know what I mean? You got to, if you had that information behind you, you could go back and look at it, and then you may sit there and you think to yourself, blimey, that's what I didn't do. I missed that whole stage out. How did I do that? And it's now all become apparent because you've got the information in front of you. So you mark that in your book and you put in there, bloody idiot, I forgot to spray that time, and or whatever it might have been. And you gain that information. You build up a knowledge base.
That's going off topic just slightly, but that's quite an interesting question. Are almost or not much of your costs covered when you sell your slings? I suppose you've got to take into consideration how much your female was, how much the male was, and then generally anyway. Yeah,
basically, like for my situation myself, I work full time. This isn't a business for me. This is a hobby. Just the same as it is for many of you guys. It's just a hobby. Now, the only thing that that I do, and this will help you as well as it's helped me. Camera Lady does not give me a hard time when I want to buy a new spider, or I want to start a new project or whatever, because my room has to pay for itself. So if I have a bad year on the breeding, then I might not be able to afford that project that I really wanted to do next year, and that's just the way it is. So I have to work harder and try harder to make sure that I do get a decent breeding, success that year to allow me to carry on and do the other things. And I think it's, if you can do that, then it takes a lot of pressure out of your hobby and allows you to enjoy it more, because you're working towards something, you're aiming at goals. It's like at the show, we went to the show and I picked up some scorpions. Now they are stupid money, I cannot believe how much they are. When I was a kid, if we paid £7.50, that would have been an expensive one, and it's £200
a pair, aren't they?
Yeah, £225 a pair. So that is a huge amount of money, a massive amount of money. And going forward, I bought them as a future project because I'd like to breed them and sort of like, crack the thing with that. I've never bred them before. So, it'd be nice to have a little play with them and see what we can do. I like the challenge. It's the challenge that keeps me going. That's what gets me every time. If someone sort of says, oh, no, you can't breed these in Captivity, then the first thing I'm going to do is go out and buy a pair, because there will be a way. We just need to find out how.
With scorpions, you really do play the long game, don't you? Because it can be pregnant 9 to 12 months. Tim Baxter in chat, he says he's hoping to bring the price down because I know with the Emperor scorpions, I think Tim's got 12 or might even be more now. I don't know. But I know he's got a few. So the likes of yourself and Tim breeding the Emperors, hopefully that, next year, 2023, 2024, that will bring the price down in the UK.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, me and Tim have been in conversation, private messages, and talking about the scorpions and what have you. And this is what the hobby needs in overall for all the spiders. No matter what, if we can breed ourselves, then we will bring the prices down. It's going to happen. There will always be, people that are trying to make big money out, whatever. You're never going to get away from that. But we can do our part as individuals, and hopefully, try and make it. I mean, I done that with my Caledonia. I sold them like a lot cheaper than anybody else was selling them for. I think I sold mine for 60 when they were all, the cheapest was 90 odd pound.
Yes.
And I sold mine at £60 each. And, part of that was because I remembered when I bought my first ones, they were bought off the back of something else that I'd bred. And I'd already decided if I'm successful with this sack, that's going to buy my Caledonias. So I'd already made up my mind what I was going to do. And I was fortunate enough, the sack was successful. And I bought 5 Caledonias, and they cost me a small fortune. Got them from Europe. And I said to camera lady at the time, I'm going to breed these. I will breed. And they were millimeters big when I bought them.
When you bought them and showed camera lady the price, did she raise the eyebrow at you? Or like, yeah, you better be breeding these, Davey boy.
No. She was fine because they didn't come out of the housekeeping. I had the sack of spiders, and so we followed the plan, and it's just was the room. I always have a goal. When I first started YouTube, my stuff was everywhere. I had stuff all over the place, all over the house, everywhere. And I had a lot of stuff, but it wasn't organised like it is now. And I said to camera lady, I said, if we get 1,000 subscribers by Christmas, I'll do the room. And sure enough, we were lucky. We got the 1,000. That gave me permission to do the room. And then of course, it went on from there. So it was sort of like, I've got big plans now the things that I want to do, but I've got to get the finances there first. So it has to pay for itself.
Yeah. So, because obviously, I was with you when you bought a female at the show, and the prices of the adult females compared to slings, the difference is absolutely massive. So you've got to get your money back when you're doing your slings, and then nobody could blame anybody else for making a couple of quid on top of that. It helps to keep your channel going, pays for your new microphones, cameras, all the other stuff that goes alongside it.
Yeah, I think it's. People don't actually realise a lot of the time the cost involved. Even my
definitely
my mics that I use, they were like nearly £400. And you got, when you're making a video, people are going, "Oh, get a mic, get a mic. I can't hear you. Do this, I can't do that." And sometimes you sort of sit there and think, "Well, do you know what? If you want to hand over 400 quid, I'll go get it today."
Yeah. See, the camera I use and the lens, that was nearly 800. The microphone that I used to stream was 100. And then it's like, oh my God, now you need a lighting, you need this, you need that. Do you ever feel the pressure to kind of up your game when it comes to audio visual?
I think I struggle a little bit with audio because I set my mics up and they seem to be working fine. And then I got a couple of comments. They were like, "Oh, your mic's peaking, this, that, and the other." And then loads of other people go, "No, it's perfectly fine for me." And then you get someone else come on and go, "I can't even hear you, Dave." And I'm like, "Well, turn the volume up." You know,
Ellie had the same issues.
yeah, and it's sort of, you know, it's really, really difficult to work out, because the problem is everything behaves differently on different devices. So if you're sitting in a car on your phone watching the live stream, for argument's sake,
Yeah,
it could be jumping in and out and doing whatever. If you went home and sat in your lounge with your computer, it'd be completely different again. You know, very difficult.
Just taking it back to, sorry guys, that was my fault coming across. Scott's beard cost him £100.
That was cheap by half a price, wasn't it?
I had it cut before the show. I had 1.5 inches off it. I felt like they'd cut 2 foot off it. He was like this, tidying it all up, and I was like, "You've just took too much off that." And then he spins me around away from the mirror, and I'm thinking, "You just took a chunk out by mistake." Do you know when you've got a breeding project coming up, and you've got your female, you might have the male being posted or whatever? Is there like a set routine that you think through before conditioning the female, or do you think, right, actually she's new, so she needs a setup, she needs to settle in for so long?
Yeah, generally I'll try and have my females housed in whatever they're going to be in. I would have tried to have had them in there for 6 weeks, and then I'll probably introduce. I mean, you can get away with just giving them like a week, you know, but I find the more solid the female is, the less trouble I get with death of males. So I think what I've learned is that if you try and rush things, it don't all work out too well for the male. And at the moment, I was going back through my records actually the other day, and we are sitting at around about 97% live rate on our males. 97% of them are walking out of there and going again with someone else. So,
have you ever had an egg sac, got the slings, and then bred the female again quickly with the same male?
No.
I did that with Gavik, and had a second egg sac. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's possible. If you breed them very, very early in their molt cycle, and then, you know, all the stars line up, they drop a sac within 6 to 8 weeks of being paired. You take that sac away after another month, you know, she's probably only gone 3 months into her molt cycle and she's finished. So you could get away with putting her in there again. See, what you do there is you would hold back on the food. So you would allow her to create a sac. You give her enough food to keep her at sort of optimum level, but not overfed. And then that way you're slowly, you know, holding that molt off, if you like. And then if you were like fingers crossed that all the stars aligned for the second time, and within 6 to 8 weeks she dropped a second sac, it's more than possible. Generally speaking, I actually filmed a video last night of one of our spiders. I won't say too much, but of one of our spiders that double clutched, which I wasn't expecting from that particular spider, and the effect on the female. And we go all through, you know, what's gone on, why it's happening, what we now do next, and stuff like that. So it's an interesting video. In actual fact, I will put it out for Thursday. I'll put it up for Thursday, this Thursday coming. And it's well worth a watch because it's interesting in the effect that it's had on the female. It's a really important thing. And if you're into your breed, you want to go into breeding spiders and things like that, it's something that's well worth taking on board, because even you could have the similar thing if your female wasn't conditioned properly in food, you know, in her actual health. If she wasn't healthy to start with, you would end up with similar problems as we've found with this particular spider. Now, because we know what's happened and we know what to do about it, it's not actually a problem. You know, it's something that's very, very easily dealt with. But if you're new to it all, it could give you a major headache. So yeah, it'd be an interesting one.
Tarantula Rocky, or well, Matt as we know him,
Matt,
he asked if there's what's been the most brutal female that you've paired.
oh, it's got to be my Kraken.
Oh, I thought you might say that. That poor guy didn't stand a chance the first time.
Oh, do you know the daft thing is, and this is where we come into individual spiders, and this
Yes.
is where the hobby is really, really grey. And this is why I always say to people, you know, you can't follow anything to the letter, because it can be different for every spider, for every situation, to every house, to every spider room. It's all different. With my Kraken, I've bred Kraken before, not had any issues. You know, we've lost the odd male here and there, but it's never been really bad. That particular female, I've had her for about 7 years, and this is the first viable clutch I've had off of her. And she's killed every single male that she's met.
Can you answer a question from the haters? Because I remember when that happened, and I left a group chat because of it, because people were saying, Dave, don't keep it in a substrate. It's got no room to burrow.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that had anything to do with it, or?
No, not at all. I actually I was involved in let's say a discussion on one of them groups, and I got absolutely hammered about substrate depth, and I am sick to the back teeth for bloody substrate arguments. You know, that female Kraken, I actually kept her in a tub where she had about 15 inches of soil, and she spent her whole time sat on top like a chili rose.
Yeah, mine does. Yeah, she just chills out on top.
Yeah, I've kept her in a tall exo where she had about 6-7 inches, maybe 8 inches depth at the back, but the exo was 45 high, and she lived arboreally.
Yeah.
You know, now I had it with a couple of people on the group that were so-called fossorial gods. They knew all their stuff, you know, and they literally slated me for it, until I said to them all, well, you show me your spiders. Let me see the condition of your spiders, because you've all seen the condition of mine. And mine are absolutely beautiful, and they're doing everything they should do. But you know what? Not one of them people on there would show me their spiders. And not one of them had anything to back up what they were saying.
To be brutally honest, and this is a compliment, when it first happened, I was one of those guys that thought that might not be enough substrate, actually. I kind of didn't get into the arguments. I was just like that. Yeah, maybe if it was, because in nature they live like 10 foot underground. But it's like you said on one of our first lives, they live that far down because they're escaping the heat or escaping predators, which in our rooms we haven't got. And I no longer keep burrowing spiders in kind of this much depth. I go exactly what you've done, which is your exoterras, 6-7 inches of substrate. They burrow down, they eat, they look healthy. You see them more often. And they do generally look like a better spider. When they're down deep, they come out covered in crap.
Well, the thing is, it's like, I mean, to give you a perfect example, I've got Sturmy, Blondie, and Apophysis, and I've got quite a few of them. And you know what? They all bar one, live on the surface. Now, if you look at any literature, they all turn around and say they all burrow down like a metre or a metre and a half down into the ground. You go on any forum, they're like, oh, you got to give them a real big, deep substrate base, all the rest of it. I think I've got somewhere like 14, 15 of them here, and they all live on the surface. And they've all got plenty of stuff to burrow in if they want, because they're in rubs. They're in big, big tubs. So, and I gave them the deeper tubs with the hope that they would burrow down to produce egg sacs. It's just something I've been playing with. And you know what? They all live on the bloody surface. None of them are burrowed.
Do you think, with especially like the Blondie, because because they've got such an impressive size to them, do you think people looked at that and thought, well, they're living in this burrow. We don't need to dig it up to see how far down it goes. It's going to go down meters because of the size of the spider, and just assumed incorrectly?
I don't know. I think there is. The problem is where it gets confusing and people find it hard to understand is the wild state. We cannot compare captivity with the wild.
No,
and the sooner you stop trying to replicate the wild, the easier your keeping will become. Yeah. So it's like, that's like, for argument's sake, anyone who keeps arboreal spiders, have you got it in a 20-foot tall tank? No, you haven't, have you?
No,
you know?
You're recreating that section of tree in a tank kind of this big.
But what you got to think of is it's like you would get the same argument, right? You would get exactly the same argument that an arboreal spider needs a taller enclosure, right? Now, you tell me how that spider knows whether he's an inch off the floor or 20 feet off the floor.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't. So when you break it down, look at it in a logical way, an arboreal spider lives on the face of a trunk, or it goes behind the bark and it stands upright. The spider rests upright, yeah, hanging onto the bark or wherever it might be hiding, yeah. So as long as you provide a vertical of wood within your enclosure, whether your enclosure is only 6 inches tall, as long as you have a vertical piece of wood, you have got an arboreal situation. Same as a terrestrial. You wouldn't ask a terrestrial to live standing up like that.
No,
you wouldn't ask an arboreal spider to lay on the floor. You know? So think about it in common sense terms. For an arboreal spider, all you need is a vertical hide. And it don't matter whether it's in 6 inches or 60 feet. Doesn't matter. It just needs to be vertical.
I'd be interested to see your answer to this question from Michelle, which is, when can you see if your spider is happy? So how do we know that the setup that we've done and everything else? How do we know that spider's sitting in there and it's happy? It's not irritated. It's not.
Okay. Right. Right. So providing you know what your particular species of spider, you need to know what your particular species of spider's relaxed pose is. Yeah. Now, if you see, we'll talk about pokies, yeah, because they're fairly well known. Everyone knows what pokies are like, and they all know about how the different positions that they can have of their body. If you see a pokey that is stretched flat out, skin tight to the floor, yeah, he's probably not a particularly happy pokey. You know, he's in fear. He's trying to hide. He's trying to disappear.
But that is what people refer to as the typical pokey pose. Where they're all.
Yeah, but if you look at a pokey that's happy, instead of him being flat like that, yeah. And he'll still be flat to the thing, but his legs will be slightly up, and he'll be like that more, rather than literally like that. So you can look at that. If you see a terrestrial spider, if he's all hunched up and tucked up, you know, really tight, he's not happy. You know, so you can, if they're sat out and they got their legs out just a little bit, you know, you can see they're in a relaxed pose, you know, and that's what you're looking for. If you've got a spider that's continuously cruising around, he's either a mature male or he's not settled. You know, it needs to settle. So it's a different, you know, you're looking at all these different sort of things, and they're giving you an idea. I mean, you do sometimes hear comments like, "Oh, that one looks really sad. You can see it in its eyes." Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that works, but you know, you know. So I think a lot of it is pretty much common sense, but it's all about posture. You look at the posture, and it will tell you everything.
I suppose if you open up their enclosure and go to do your maintenance like you've been doing today, immediate threat pose, you're going to think, yeah, you're not happy one little bit. But like you said today, you've come into your beastie room to do your feed, to do your waterings, and to do your maintenance, cleaning the windows, and they've all been dead relaxed and dead chilled.
Yeah.
So they're all in that relaxed state. Just think that then adds to when you do rehousings and stuff like that. That's why they don't always do a runner. Maybe they are a bit more relaxed because they've had a better environment to begin with.
Yeah, I think for my it's a really good question actually, because I've had spiders sent to me and I get a warning, this spider is absolutely nuts, be careful, watch your fingers, this, that and the other. And I've opened them up and I've got them out and they're like puppies, and they're good as gold, and I just put them in a thing, no fret poses, no nothing. And they're really, really good. I think a lot of it is how you approach the situation in the first place. My spiders never get to a point where they're pushed in any way. So even when I'm doing normal stuff, they never get to that stage. If they want to go and hide, they go and hide. If they want to come out, they come out. I don't worry. I mean, when I'm doing my classes, I open up every enclosure on the wall all at once, So, most people, they're terrified of opening the one enclosure because they think it's going to run out.
Yes.
It's not the case. It's a lot of it is about relaxing and, having a little bit of faith in your ability and watching what you're doing and also learning by what you do. It's amazing the amount of people that see without looking, and they do without seeing, and it might sound a bit odd, a bit sort of weird, but there's so many people. I mean, we used to get it an awful lot in the animal world, where someone will go into an enclosure or with could be anything, any kind of animal, and when they come out, you'd be like, "Did you see that? Did you watch that? Did you see it?" And they're like, "No, you just told me to go and get the shovel." But they didn't see anything. But there was a whole heap of things went on in that short space of time, but I didn't see a damn thing. So it's sort of, and it's the same with your spiders, You
see, as my hobbies progressed, and I can remember getting a huntsman, and it was the first one I got, and I thought to myself, okay, what do I normally do? Normally I take the lid off, we get the paintbrush, and we edge it out, and then it goes into the enclosure, or I need 20 catch cups because it's done a runner around the spider room or whatever. And I thought, okay, so if I loosen the lid, take off the piece of tissue that's on the top, put the whole thing into the new enclosure, take the lid off with a pair of tongs, close the doors to the enclosure, and just let it come out by itself. When I'm doing rehousing, well, when I've bought spiders, especially like online when they come all packaged up, I haven't had an escapee from them yet.
Yeah.
By just doing that, but it's like you say, it's just taking that second just to look differently and not go, well, everybody takes the lid off and they stick a paintbrush in and they flip the spider out. Doesn't mean that that's what we've got to do. It's
also it's when you watch someone do something, you don't feel what they're doing, and I get, people will say that to me. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, but you just poked it with a paintbrush." No, we didn't poke it at all. You're not watching. Look and see what's going on. We didn't poke it in any way. So it's a thing. Another thing is, this is a good tip for everyone out there with their spiders and everything else. If you can, at all, when you're unboxing spiders and you're doing bits and pieces like that, try and use your hands. It is so difficult. It's like, it'd be like, you're not trying to, watching me try and eat dinner with chopsticks. It's going to be a mess. It's going to get messy because I can't do it. But you know what? I'm quite good with my fingers. So, it's not,
You can't take a sling pot lid off with one of these, can you?
No. So
unless you've loosened it with your fingers to start with, and then you can. But then you'd also risk knocking the pot over while it's in the new enclosure as well as.
Yeah, if you can do as much as you can with your hands, you've got total control. Now, I'm not saying stick your finger in with something that's likely to bite it, but even even when I work around some of my more feistier spiders, things like the feather legs, maculatas, all my pokies, you'll see in all my rehouses, I tend to just pick up the piece of bark and I move it around. You don't see me doing anything else, but it's because I have got 110% control like that. If I was to try and pick up that piece of bark with some tweezers and then get another pair and try and move, chances are I'd drop it or I can't maneuver it the way I want. If the spider moves quick, I haven't got a hope in hell. Whereas if it's in my hand, I can react straight away.
If you had a pokey on a cork bark, you got it in your hand, and you're on a rehousing, and let's say that there was a bang outside, something to disturb it, and it ran on your arm, would you then just go back to stay calm, love your spider?
Yep.
What would your process be if that happened? If Uncle Dave had a big, huge Metallica or massive Regalis on his arm, what would you do to then get that from there into that enclosure?
I think if that was the case, if that was on my arm, straight off you would literally just chill. It's not out to kill you. Let it settle down. It's going to do its thing. And then if that was me, I would get something like the lid off of a cricket box. Yeah. So if you got, let's see, I've always got one handy. Look, if you got like a lid, and your spider is up on your arm, I would then try and literally get the lid. Yeah, that's it. I would try to get the lid underneath and pushing it at the same time to where I want it to go. Yeah. But the most important thing is I'm using this to get between me and the spider. So if it does decide it's going to have try and bite me or whatever, it's going to come up, it's going to meet this. It's not going to meet my arm. So I would look at trying to get that under and at the same time use this as a barrier to move it to where I want it to be. The worst thing you could do is have it run up your arm and you just grab it, because then you're going to get bitten.
Would you, because obviously you get told, catch cups. So would you not try and...
No, because what
you do when it's there? What do you do?
Well, no, not that. But if you do that, the chances are you freak that spider out. It's going to now have a fit underneath the cup, trying to get out of that catch cup. Yeah? And in frustration, it might just sit there and sink its fang straight in your arm. So, the last thing you want to do is you don't want to restrain that spider, because if you restrain it, it will bite. And by putting a catch cup over the top of it, you've restrained it.
Yes.
So you use the lid, or you could use the bottom, but inside out, so that it had a chance to walk inside the catch cup if you wanted to. But you would use that to try and push it off, move it off. But it's also acting as a barrier between you and the spider.
You know what I'm like when I see a comment like this. Aidan Stark here, and a massive shout out to parents with kids who have special needs. You're the best. Yeah, our lad's autistic, and you'd be really surprised how many parents in the hobby are in a similar situation, and indeed how many actual people are in the hobby with certain conditions and all the rest of it. It's and how accepting the hobby is of everybody is flipping amazing.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the comments are just going mad about the burrapees.
Yeah, there's a good example.
There's always one.
Yeah.
So for anybody that might not have seen that video, what happened, Dave?
It all went Pete Tong. we were rehousing the young bi-roots, and
did one still stay calm, and did one still love thy spider, or was it
very much so? Very much so. Yeah. I didn't feed him for a month afterwards. I thought I'd teach a little sod a lesson. But but no, I mean, it's literally, I mean, that was a good example. It came tearing out. It went up my arm, went round my head. It went inside my T-shirt and come back out again. And it was a good example, actually, because camera lady was filming it in amongst her fit of giggles. And at one point there, she was like, let me help you. And I was like, straight away, no, just leave me alone. I'm better working on my own. And sure enough, we managed to get the spider. You know, he'd done a couple of laps in my head, and we got him back in the box, no problems at all. But yeah, you just have to stay calm. And what you got to remember is that spider is literally just running around. He's got no intention of biting anybody. You know,
just wants to find a little hiding place and just.
Yeah, if I grabbed him like that, the chances are he would have bit my fingers or he'd bit my arm or whatever. You know, it's always better to take your time and move them into a situation that you can deal with them. So like in here, the easiest thing to do would have been to have got it to come off of me and go onto the table, because then I can use a catch cut to catch him and move him. And do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just a case of being, you know, sensible. Be prepared in the first place that it might well happen, but don't panic. You know, don't panic.
I had a Balfouri sling literally run up my body and then hide in my beard. And I thought, you can't go like that, might crush. I had to sit there for 20 minutes until it come out of my face. I was like, oh, there you are, come on.
Yeah.
That got told off, and he got called a few names.
It actually, I think that the virus one was a good one, because that's the only spider I think that we've had do like a runner.
Yeah.
The only one that's actually made a run for it like that. And they are they're a flighty spider anyway, but yeah.
We'll just have a quick look. They were smelling the pig. Oh my God. Harry says spiders have feelings. Harry also said that spiders are blind and what was it? Blind and can't hear or something.
Oh really?
Harry, I thought you worked for an animal sanctuary, don't you? Where you take in rescued animals, is that right?
Mm.
I think they, yeah. So in a previous live, not with yourself, but with somebody else, it came up into discussion, and I thought Uncle Dave will be able to nail this one on the head. And that was somebody had a female. Big fat one, obviously, big huge abdomen, paired, and then the female actually dropped the egg sac 2 or 3 days later. So the question is, the female was obviously carrying the eggs before they got fertilized. I always thought the female receives the sperm and then creates the eggs, then fertilizes them, then drops the egg sac. Or do they do both?
Yeah, this is an interesting thing actually, because you're all right with that. That's all right. She's on
Hi,
Sling.
camera lady. We all love you so much.
Don't make her laugh. She's got a whole tray full of slings. Yeah, this is something that's that I've been sort of like mucking around with a little bit this past year, and this is trying to see when a spider is ovulating, and then trying to work out when is the best time to actually pair that spider. So whether it's a real difficult one, and I think it's because it's timing. Sometimes a spider can take 6 months or more to drop an egg sac, and another time they can do it in weeks. So the question is why does it take them so long? Now it could be many things. It could just literally be trigger points that they're not meeting, or is it the fact that it's down to the ovulation of the eggs? You know, now I've seen in especially some of our bigger spiders, you get a distinct flat ridge on the back of the abdomen. And then normally when that is really, really pronounced, it's not long after that, then we tend to get an egg sac. So I'm wondering whether that flat ridge is part of the ovulation, and then we're getting the egg sac. So what I've been doing of late is waiting until I see that ridge, and then as I start to see it develop, I then try and pair them, and then go from there to see what the results are.
Do you think it could possibly be the spider is going to have the unfertilized phantom egg sac with eggs type of thing, as they do, and we've just managed to catch them at the right time? Or do you think it's intentional? And can we then possibly in the future condition our females to have those eggs ready for when we put the male in? See you later, Susan. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, good night, Susan. It's a really. I think there's an awful lot more needs to be done to fully understand it. And I think, to be honest, it comes back really to the whole breeding of spiders in the hobby. I believe is still in its embryonic stages.
I think that'd be an interesting question to put. Sorry, Dave.
Yeah, go on. What do you say?
I think that's going to be probably a better question to put to you, and more interestingly so, probably in about 2 or 3 years' time.
Yeah, I think there's so much to learn at the moment, and I say that because there's an awful lot of spiders that are being bred in the hobby by many different people. What we're not seeing over and above everything else is the same people consistently breeding the same spiders. So, there's a lot being bred, but how many people are breeding them 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times on the trot? Yeah. So when you've got someone that can sit there and breed, they sit there and they condition their, say for argument's sake, I don't know, their Avix or their Regalis or whatever, and they can breed them consistently year in, year out, then you can then say that we've mastered that particular species. But as it is at the moment, there's very few people that consistently breed anything.
I get what you're saying, because if you do it once, it's like, okay, you could have fluked those conditions, but if you're doing it again and again and again,
yeah.
But then, which brings me around to okay, so I've had a friend in the past that's bred some pretty rare stuff, and they've had a successful year, and then the following year they've done everything the same, and the egg sacs have been eaten or they've molted, and then that kind of brings into light, because they've obviously checked the molts as well and done everything that you should do. But then I've heard it mentioned that atmospheric pressures and pressure changes can then affect our female spiders.
Yeah. So this really,
there's not a lot of proof out there. Where it is just speculation. But what's your thoughts on that?
I think there is. I think there is a lot to do with that. I mean, the beginning of this year was atrocious, and at first I thought it was just me, and then I got speaking to other people that I know breed a fair bit as well, and they were all suffering the same problems. And then literally we've got through probably halfway through the year, and we're all starting to get success again, and we don't know why. And this comes back to what I was saying before. We are not consistent. Now, if we were consistent, we'd have the answers to your question.
Exactly.
But we're not. So
there is consistency, and there is consistent breeders. I think obviously yourself, Radislaw's obviously another one, because he breeds the same spiders year in, year out, just like yourself. But apart from you two, there's not many that I'm aware of that will breed the same spider, then the same spider. Everybody seems to breed one and go, yeah, I've got it, done it. Yeah, right, next spider. And it's like, hold on, you've bred it once, like you've just said, Dave. You've not learned consistency. You've not learned everything. You've learned that you've managed to do it the once, but if you did the same parameters again for that spider, will it work again? And like you're saying, that I suppose that's when you know you're successful, because if you can do it again and again and again.
Yeah, this is the key, and this is why I say to a lot of people, just because you've bred something doesn't mean you're a breeder of that thing. It just doesn't work like that. Consistency is what denotes what you do. When you look at people like Rad and that, you're looking at huge numbers of spiders. So when you've got
at the moment.
Yeah. So for argument's sake, if you put that down, if you turn around and said, right, you've got 100 Avix or 100 versicolors at your disposal, you paired every one of them, yeah, your success rate was maybe 50%. Yeah. And the following year, we do the same thing again. We breed them again. We got 50%. Now to the uninitiated, they turn around and go, cool, blimey, he really knows his stuff. He had 50 sacks last year. 50 sacks. But, not necessarily fully aware that actually out of that 50, we bred 150 different individuals. So that isn't successful. When you break it down, and this is one of the reasons why I started with a project with the Theraphosta, with the Sturmies and the Blondies, because there isn't consistency with them. And my aim was to try and see if I could get consistent with the particular spiders. Because there are people out there that are breeding them, but they can't seem to do it twice.
I just threw that comment up there from Drew, because they are right. Some people are keeping the breeding secrets to themselves. Maybe it's took them a long time to discover those secrets, and they want to hold on to them. Dave is definitely not in that category, as you can see. So we appreciate it, Dave. Appreciate you dropping all the hints and tips. And
I think it's.
But again, with Rad having 80,000 spiders and he breeds so many, I always thought, well, how can you condition so many females for such long periods of time at the same time? And then I'm thinking, well, you must be reducing things down, reducing the season down. Or
I think, to be honest with you, I think the vast majority of big ends, people with huge collections like that. I mean, if you've got 80,000 spiders, what will basically happen is your workforce will go through their boxes and they'll be like, oh, we've got a mature male.
Oh, yeah.
That one.
Oh.
They bung it in with that one and then they carry on with their work. And then tomorrow, oh, look, he's still alive. We'll take him out, we'll put him in with that one. And we'll do it like that. Or they might go in there the next day, open the box, and oh, bloody hell, she's eating him. Oh, well. Oh, hang on, we've got another one here. We'll put that one in. We'll see what happens. And I think that's more of a case. I don't think in this country, at least, there isn't any concerted effort to produce spiders. What you got to remember is people like Spider Shop, Rad, all of these big online sellers, if you like, they're importing huge numbers of spiders every year. Huge.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And there's a massive percentage of them spiders drop egg sacs. So that fills up their slings. So, and then of course, I did a video about this a little while back. Just because you bought a spider and it had an egg sac and you got slings does not make you breed that spider. You didn't breed that spider.
Well, I think I would say 90% of us imagine, oh, well, we'll get this female, we'll get this male, we'll put them in. We'll get 200 slings, and that will pay for the whole entire collection because I've just paid for the female, and nothing happens. It can be a bit disheartening if you do pair. I mean, I've paired up with Tartars, and eventually he passed away. He lived with her for 6-7 weeks.
Yeah.
And I did everything I could. You know, Lewis walked me through it because he's pretty good with the old pokers. So we increased the humidity and all the rest of it. And then she popped me a molt out. And I looked at her and I thought, I'm not even mad because she's just come out bigger and more stunning than I've ever seen her in my life. I was just like, you're just such a beautiful spider. Fair play. What can you do?
If she's grown that much from that molt,
might not have been mature to start with.
Yeah. No. And one of the things I will say is most people, the majority of people, and I found this out the hard way as well, is the vast majority of pokies are bred too early, and that's why you're getting poor success rates. Metallicas, I found Metallicas have been best when they're at least 4 years old, preferably 5 years old. And yet, I can have almost a size Metallica in 2.5 years.
You had a good size egg sac off one of the Metallicas, didn't you?
I've had 2 so far this year, and I've got another 3 ready to drop. Yeah,
cracking.
So
again, that's another spider that seems to hold its value. But were you chucking out, 3 egg sacs? Hopefully, that might lower the cost a little bit.
I think. I mean, it's down to each individual seller, as to what they sell them for. Really, that's all it is.
A little bit off topic, but Michelle's just said my slings are afraid of my crickets. Now I give them pre-killed because I'm afraid to let them in alive. Can I give them live flies instead? Right.
Yeah. I mean, you can if you've got a spider that's particularly nervous of food. One of the best things you can feed them is maggots.
Yeah,
because they're inoffensive. You can leave them in there. The one thing I will say is if you've got your spiderlings in sling pots or small pots, as soon as that maggot pupates into a fly, if it's a tiny spider, that fly will bombard the life out of it. So you need to get the fly out.
Pinkies are quite cheap from the fishing tackle shop.
Oh, crikey, yeah. You can get like, I think I pay...
£2 for
£1. I think I pay £1.20 for like half a pint, and that will last me. Jesus, crikey! I throw most of them away because they pupate, and I keep them in the fridge and everything. They only last for so long, but they're the most cheapest, cost-effective food for slings because they last forever in the fridge. They do.
Now, I was one of these kids that always had my hands in everything, always playing with all sorts. So when we went fishing with maggots, every now and again you'd squish one, and the amount of juice, the amount of water that's in a maggot is extremely impressive. So with a maggot, you're not only just giving your spider food, you're kind of providing a water dish inside the maggot at the same time.
Well, yeah, this is another reason why we gut load our food. Is because we're making sure that the food, the prey item, is fully hydrated before we feed it to the beastie. You'll see in all of my in my videos and everything, none of my slings have water dishes. None of them. Not even my juvies. My juvies generally don't have water bowls. I get by on the food items that I give them. But it just means that you've got to be a little bit more proactive with choosing what you feed and what sizes.
Just have a quick look. Or if you've got mantis, you can keep the fly to emerge. You certainly can.
Yeah.
You ever seen when the mantis dives on a fly? That is very impressive.
Yeah.
Fishing gold. That's amazing. That last egg sac Dave pulled out had 500 plus eggs in it.
Yeah, that was the Kraken. Yeah.
Chronically Vexed, what an awesome name. Says insanely good info on breeding and just general practices in the hobby. I feel a lot more comfortable and confident with going forward with planned breeding projects after listening.
Yeah, that's cool.
I think that is the key. You get more of us breeding, then it reduces the cost certainly to the next generation of keepers coming through and to people that don't breed. Pete says, how do you tell when your spiders are too old?
Too old?
Too old.
Do you know what? They're never too old, really. So they will breed right the way through their life. They will go right the way through to the end. I should imagine if you've got one that's like ancient and feeling a bit barren or whatever, then you'll probably find it would just be aggressive towards the male. You know, it just wouldn't stand for it. But I mean, they'll go through.
Anton says, are you going to be breeding those trapdoors? He's desperate because if you do, he'll be on your case to buy one of the babies.
I would have done, but my male died.
Oh,
so I never even got round to pairing them.
Speaking of males, do you condition? Oh, go on.
That's right. I just look in my one of my nigger colours. She's been paired and she's just come out and she's like waving at the glass. Would you condition the males in the same way that you condition the females? Yes, I do. Yeah. That's an important part of the breeding, actually. Sometimes what I'll do, it all varies. The problem is I take everything on its face value at the time, and that dictates what I do next. So it's very difficult to try and explain why we do something or whatever, because there's lots of different factors that came to that decision. But generally speaking, with males, I mean, I think it's common knowledge now that I keep all of my males in 20 by 20 cubes maximum. You know, even sort of like the only ones that don't go in them are things like Sturmy males and Blondie males, stuff like that, because that is too small, just too small. But I've even kept geniculata males in 20 cubes, and they're fine. They're absolutely fine, and they maintain their strength and everything else. And 9 times out of 10, they will all feed as well, which is something else. When they're constantly cruising, they're looking. So they're not thinking about food. When you curtail that movement, keep them in a small space, 9 times out of 10, my males will eat all the way through. So I don't tend to get males that fast for any great length of time. And then what I do then, sometimes if I've got a male that's say not particularly interested in doing anything, he don't seem to have much about him, then what I will often do then is I will move him out into a different room and let him cool down for a week or two. So I have like low temperatures where I literally just maintain him. I don't feed him in that time at all. I will literally just let him cool right down. Then I bring him back into the room where he straight away heats up. I will offer him a food after he's been in for 24 hours. Whether he accepts that or not, the following day he will go in with that female, and 9 times out of 10 he'll be drumming. He's ready to go.
So do you think that with him being warmed up, he's like, oh yeah. Baby, hold on.
I think sometimes as well, it's like when you pair spiders. Again, this is a difficult one, because I always tell people allow plenty of time when you're pairing your spiders, and you shouldn't really be pushing them. You know, you've got to let them work at their own pace. That being said, sometimes you have to intervene. Sometimes you have to push a male just to move, because sometimes they'll enter an enclosure and they will freeze. Yep. And they'll sit like that for 2 hours and wouldn't do a damn bloody thing. But if you gave him a little nudge and all of a sudden he finds the entrance to her burrow, he gets the pheromones, and hey presto, he's like on fire, you know? And you're like, why have I just sat here for 2 hours watching you do sweet bugger all?
Viagra for male tarantulas.
Yeah. So sometimes, if the only time I won't do that is if the female is in close proximity or things like that, because you can spook him and then he can end up as lunch. So provided he's there on his own, she's in no danger of doing anything, she's not out, then I will maneuver that male until I get the response that, you know, I'm happy with, and go like that. But yeah, you must keep your males hydrated. That's the other thing.
Hey, Jackie. Curly CFC asked the question, what are the easiest tarantulas to breed?
The ones that get it on straight away.
Yeah. I mean, somebody said curly hair. I personally, from my experience, curly hair and Psamopaeus, always for me, because I mean, because I can't control temperatures as well in this room. I've always got to look for those easy ones. And the Psamopaeus genus, you seem to put the male in there, and within 5 minutes he's drumming away, and she's out, or she's already out, and they're getting it on. Curly hairs have bred those twice, and both occasions the male's just gone straight into her, and boom, boom, job done.
Yeah.
And what I've noticed with the curly hair male did a runner. The Psamopaeus males, when I've paired those, and I've paired them earlier 4 times now, those males don't run. They do their thing and they back down and off they go.
Yeah, they're all very different. Each species reacts in a different way. You look at most of your avics. 9 times out of 10, your avics will just back away nice and gently. Verses, on the other hand, 50% of them will back away gently and 50% will run like hell. You know, I think it all depends on the female and how she comes out.
Hi, Jackie.
This is another thing to think about when you're breeding, is understanding what your female is doing when she first enters the arena. So sometimes I think I've done videos where I've shown versicolors and they come out hell for leather, like they're going to kill him straight away. But all they're doing is saying hello. You know, they're just a bit hot. So they come out, the male runs, you know, and quite often, as soon as they touch, bang, they're like, oh, hello, you know, who are you? You know, what's all this? I think we saw it with my vegans. When I done the vegans, it's only a short video. It only went on for about 6 minutes or so. She sat there, didn't move. She didn't flinch a muscle. And he was drumming, tapping, and then all of a sudden, she literally flew into action and she went for him. And as soon he literally turned round, faced her, tickled her a couple of times, and she was putty in his hands. Whereas most people would have seen the reaction from her and they would have been straight in there trying to separate them. So, you know, you need to just relax with the breeding things. What I will say is if you're interested in breeding and what have you, is pick sensible spiders to start with. You know, like you were saying, the Erminia, Cambridgei, the Psamopaeus genus is a lovely genus. Avic are another nice one to start. And the reason I say these spiders is because you stand a much higher chance of success.
LPs are fun too.
Sorry?
LPs are fun too.
yeah.
Just like to ask that, Ellie, because you know when you paired up yours, what did the male LP do as soon as he's inserted? Did he do a runner or did he?
Who was that?
Yeah.
Which one? Sorry?
He just went straight out.
The LP.
But you got to remember, mine was way bigger than the female because I couldn't get a female bigger than my male. My male was just huge.
He was a big boy.
Yeah. Well, see, sometimes again that doesn't always make any difference. As long as your male is mature, it doesn't make any difference with size. I've done a video with.
But I think the girl attacked the exact because Leah had the girl and I had the boy.
Yeah.
But there is a big difference. Okay, so we paired the LPs and the LP male just bolted. But when I paired the Diathele dianamensis, they sort of just congregated for a little while. And it was quite cute to watch before he decided, yeah, I'm just going to go back home now.
Yeah. They're all very, very individual, but then they can be individual within that that group, you know. So it's sort of, you know, I mean, I've had versicolors that some are like really, really hot, others are really laid back, you know, and it can be like that with any spider.
As Darcy says, you might need an Asamani. He's got one coming tomorrow.
Oh, yes, please. Yes, I will. Yes, message me. I would very much like that. It's funny, actually. you consider the Samani is one of the staple spiders in the hobby. It's a really, really common spider. But can't find a male love for money.
Do you think some spiders literally just produce more females than what they do males? Because it definitely looks that way.
Yeah, this is something that's been up and down the hobby for a long, long time, and unfortunately, no one's reared enough sacks full time to actually know. Because basically, what happens is you get that sack, and then you've now got to keep all of them individuals for the next 2 years or whatever, or to a point where you can sex the molts to try and get an idea. Yeah. So for you to actually come up with any concrete evidence to say, for argument's sake, that temperature dictates the sex of your spiders, you would need to do something like a 10-year project. Because you do the first year, and then you have to say you can sex them within the year. So that's like 2 years now. You've gone. So now we sit there and go, right, we'll up the temperature a little bit. We've got another 2 years to wait. Then we'll go, well, actually, we'll up it a little bit more. That's 6 years. Oh, no, we're going to go the other way. We're going to cool them down, see what they do now. That's 8 years, 10 years. Do you know what I mean? It takes an awful long time to get this information.
Then it would need to be species specific because they might change depending on species as well.
Yes, very much so. I mean, with reptiles, you can change the sexing with reptiles with the temperatures that you incubate at. So it sort of stands to reason that you could do the same with spiders, but I don't believe spiders behave in the same way as reptiles do. I think it's an entirely different thing. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I would suggest that they're probably female high naturally. I'm
going to make a pot of tea. I'll be back.
Oh, I'd love one.
Sorry, Greg. I picked up that comment a little bit late. Well, Greg 8 legs, 4 wheels. He says, but it's definitely possible. We all know that some amphibians and reptiles are able to produce more or less of a gender due to environment.
Yeah, I think there's been cases with different amphibians where they can throw different things, but I'm not so sure. When we say environment, I think that's more down to environmental temperatures rather than environment.
Morning geckos are an example because, as you know yourself, Dave, they're commonly it's all females and they'll drop eggs, and the eggs are normally all females. Every now and again, you'll see a darker, smaller morning gecko, and that's a male, and you'll see one once in a blue moon just to exchange the DNA between the females.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You get it with fish.
If that spider's sitting down in a burrow, how is it going to know that there's tons of females out there or tons of males and it needs to produce? It's not going to know, is it?
No.
Reptile, more of a chance of, but the way the environments are disappearing at the moment, probably not much.
I think the thing is as well is it comes back to what we were saying in the very, very beginning.
Oh, Philip.
The wild state and the captive world are worlds and worlds apart, and they're very, very different. So when we breed reptiles in the captive state, we know that we can affect the sex ratios by temperature. That doesn't happen in the wild. Just because we can do it in captivity, in the wild, you're probably getting more 50-50 clutches.
Philip Taylor said he's got a mature male peace army ready for you.
My female Sazimar is actually on an egg sac at the moment.
That's a good question, Darren.
She ate her last one, and she's due to be pulled the first weekend of December. So hopefully she'll still have it then. We'll see.
Darren says, do you reckon it's because females live a lot longer than the males, hence the lack of mature males? This brings me to another thing that annoys me, because sometimes you'll see it and sellers will sell you male and female. They'll sell you a pair and they're both the same size. And I personally think that's brother and sister. So in 12 months' time, you have a mature male and a female that's nowhere near fucking ready. And that really annoys me, because it's almost selling false pretenses. It's like that, you know, that's not potential breeding stock there. That's brother and sister, and the male's going to be mature about 3 years before the female.
It's called making money on people's naivety, and it's a good way of getting rid of your males.
Yeah,
and that's why they do it. I mean, it's
not naivety. It's our vulnerability, and you know, because we all start off and we've got a couple of tarantulas, and we go, oh yeah, I'll get a breeding project. So you buy 2 spiders from a seller marked up as male and female, and then, you know, you don't even realise that male is going to become mature in 12 months' time, and the female is not going to be nowhere near ready.
Yeah. I mean, it's even more of a mockery when you look at things like your brachypelmas. I mean, how many brachypelmas are being sold as pairs?
All of them.
And a lot of the time, when they sold as subadult pairs, your female is probably, at the earliest, probably 3 years away from being mature. Some of them, things like Smithy and stuff like that, you're looking at almost 10 years for a mature female.
Harry, you sent me a YouTube link, mate. I'll have to watch that after the stream, but thank you. Yeah, that does annoy me. But when it comes to sellers, Dave, who's one of your go-tos? Who do you always go and check?
Sellers, my favourite seller, above all, is Spar Spiders. I really do like this. And do you know what? It's not even always about the stock. You know, their stock is first rate. I've never seen a bad spider on their stand.
That's why, or his dad.
No,
they won't put crap on the stands.
No, and I think it's not always about the stock. I like their ethos behind what they're doing, and it fits in with how I think about my stuff. So yeah, I mean, I'd support them all the way. And if anyone ever contacts me and they're looking for stuff and I haven't got it, I always send them their way. You know, I think if there was more sellers like them, the place would be a whole lot better place. There is room for all the others. I mean, you've got all your big names. They're all good if you want different things. They all got their own little drawbacks, and they've all got their own bonuses. You know, there's different things.
Luke from Spar Spiders, I mean, I get me, Lewis, and Chris get on with him and his dad really well. And I literally just dropped him a message and said, "Any chance I could pop round yours and do an interview with Lewis and Chris?" He didn't even question it. He went, "When do you want to come?"
Yeah.
And then he said to me, "Is your phalanx just matured?" I says, "Yeah, of course it has." He says, "Can I use it?" I went, "Yeah, of course you can." I went, "Can I come and film it?" He went, "Yeah." He said, "We'll get a couple of other spiders out at the same time and you can film them if you want."
Yeah.
They're just such nice guys.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they're only up the road from me as well. So, you know, I am a little bit biased that way. But if you go to a show, go find Spar Spiders, go say, Dave's Little Beasties, Scott's Inverts, Ellie's Bug Babies sent me, and you'll see what we see. They are just lovely, genuine people.
The good thing as well is they're more than happy to, you know, sit and talk to you. You know, that they'll tell you, you know, the problems they're having, you know, with breeding and bits and pieces. They'll tell you, you know, the little tips that they've had successes with. You know, they're just really, really nice, genuine people. And I think it's important in this day and age to surround yourself with like-minded people, you know.
Chris said Daddy Spar's not happy with his betrayal. Chris works the Creatures from the North stand now. So yep. Daddy Spar was like,
yeah, that's it, not to be trusted anymore.
I mean, if you look at the O species silver, the slings,
yes,
140 quid one seller, 90 quid another seller. Spar Spiders, they're silver spy. I think he's got them down at like 2 to 3, but they're like 3 to 4. And Luke says he'll always do that. So, you know, you always get a slightly bigger one than what you think. 70 quid online, 60 quid at the shows.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck.
This is what you know. It's coming back to what we were discussing earlier on. You know, there's a thing there, and it's like he's come from a similar sort of ilk. And he thinks the same way as I do. You know, it's like when I done the Caledonia, they cost me so much money, and I was almost annoyed with having to pay it because you know they were just vastly sort of like overrated for their money, and the silvers are the same. But you know what? You put them out there and you make them. You sit there, and my whole aim was to sit there and make them accessible to people that couldn't afford £150 a sling. You know, and it's like, and it works. You know, they all went straight away. I did actually have a few people from well-known places have a little pop at me for trying to undermine the market.
I'll bet.
Yeah. And it's sort of, you know, my comment to that was, you do your thing, I'll do mine, yeah?
You'd be surprised how many sellers will come up to me, not via Messenger, but at a show and go, could you buy a product and do a review? I'm like, no. If I don't want it, I'm not going to fucking buy it. You think?
I think this is another thing that's very, very important to me, and like to my channel. You know, it's a very, very important thing. I get asked lots and lots of times to do reviews, to showcase different things, whether it's enclosures. And the big thing is they're all like, I'll send you the stuff free of charge. You can keep it. You can do this. You can do that. Will you do a review? And my answer to all of them is, you're really talking to the wrong guy. Because if I don't like it, I will tell you I don't like it. And I'll tell everyone I know that I don't like it. And it's probably not going to be a good thing for your product or whatever. So I don't. I mean, you'll see on my channel, I don't really do reviews of any kind, and that makes it builds integrity. Because when I say to people, you know, if you're looking for good spiders, go to Spa Spiders. They know I'm being honest. I wouldn't send them there unless I would happily spend my money there. You know,
I've had a few companies say, look, if I send you this, will you do a review? And like you, Dave, I've gone, yeah, not a problem. But if it's got any faults, I am not bullshitting the subscribers. They will know, because it's our responsibility to put. I know some of the bigger channels do it and they get paid shitloads to promote and all the rest of it. I ain't down for that. If it's crap, you can't, you know, dust something in roses and say, oh, this is superb. It's like, well, hold on a minute. If you put water in it, it leaks. And then all your subscribers that you don't tell are going to go, Scott, you said this was brilliant. It's pissing water all over my front room. Every time I spray it down. You can't do it, can you?
Do you know what? In this day and age, the only thing we have is our integrity.
Yes.
You know, and this is why whenever I do stuff on the channel, whether I'm, I mean, I done a video yesterday. It came out yesterday, and we just done a quick video on slings, like, because people were asking what happens to them after they have the nursery pot and this, that, and the other. Where do they go? So we done a little video showing the different stages of what we do, and I will only share that with you because it's worked for us for a long time. You know, so I know it works, and I'm happy that it works. I'm not going to share something unless it's worked for me over a period of time. You know, I won't do something once, make a video about it, and then tell you, oh, it's the best thing since sliced bread. But today is the first time I've ever done it. You know, because I don't want people coming back to me going, well, I've done exactly what you said, Dave, and everything's dead. You know,
when I do an unboxing video, what I don't, you know, a lot of the times I try and I don't tell them I'm Scott's inverts for a start, because I've done that before, and then you find, oh, there's an extra gift, and you think, oh, you've only put that in because you know it's going on YouTube. So you've double checked everything. You've got to try and catch them out. So next year, I'm going to do some orders under Tara's name, so they ain't got a clue who it is. So then you can literally go, this is actually how it comes. They didn't even know it was me. You know what I mean?
I think it's. Yeah. I think it's. Yeah, I think everyone is sort of like open to do their own thing. You know, I personally, I mean, I've had people say, because I use quite a lot of exos and I use quite a lot of Komodos, and I've had people say to me, like, you know, you should contact them and see if they'll sponsor you, and do it like that, because then you get all your enclosures free. You know, I'm not interested. I don't want to be tied to one thing. You know, because then you've done yourself no favors in the long term.
I will shout out people there where I've gone to their stands, and every time I've gone to their stands, it looks immaculate, and what they do is absolutely excellent. And that is, you know, that's got to be Unusual Pets with Ellie, E&L Bindings, Spar Spiders, Bugnut, Jeremy's Wild World. I mean, with Jeremy, what Jeremy's doing is now we're all kind of looking at true spiders and realising, oh, thank you very much.
We won't say about this the other day. You got a diamond there, I tell you.
This is the daughter. This is Layla. This one.
Ah,
who's that?
Unfortunately, our Leo had a lot of seizures yesterday, so his temperature went up through the night, up through the roof, went to 40 degrees. He had a hospital appointment which he attended, and they found epilepsy. Goes hand in hand with autism, doesn't it? But then today, on the backside of that, his temperature has been up. And I mean, it's gone up to 40, 41. And if we can't get it down, it has to go to hospital. So at 7:30 tonight, me and Tara was like, right, we've got it down to 38. If it goes up, I'm going to have to cancel the live. We're going to have to take him to hospital. And, you know, that's got to come first. But luckily, it come down. So Tara's been cuddling him to sleep upstairs.
well,
So for the last... What's the time now? For the last 2.5 hours. Yeah, so that's why Layla's just making tea. In fact, Tara's just coming to the kitchen now. But
easy.
I've got to give her a massive shout out because everybody wanted me to say thanks to you.
What for?
Because Sunday, because I haven't got a job at the moment, I was like, right, I can't even get there. Chris was like, look, I'll give you a lift. I'll give you a lift back. Sort me out the petrol when you can. Not a problem. I was like, what? Okay. That's amazing. And I said to Tara, I said, look, you know, I'm just going for the social side of it. Can I take 20 quid? And she went, well, actually, I've kind of been putting money to the side. Here's 200.
Wow.
That's how much of a diamond my wife is. I literally looked at her, held back the tears and said, thank you very much. As I do. I think I might put the Mickey out of her because I do that instead of showing emotion a lot of the time. But yeah,
that's what it's about, though, isn't it? Supporting each other.
She was worth marrying. I did bring back some bits that from the show that she actually likes, but you're gonna have to wait till Thursday's video to see what we got, and it's not all spider related either. Michelle says, my slings are in 100ml jars and was better than a sling pot. Now, I saw in yesterday's video that you advised sling pots again. Why and what is best?
Right. Okay. Right. Now then.
I'm not saying anything. I do like the bigger pots.
How you should approach this whole subject is what is working for you. So if your slings are in 100ml pots and they're doing perfectly fine, they're growing, you know, they're doing everything that they should be doing, then there is no need to change them, is there? No. So just because I do something doesn't mean you have to do it as well. So if what you're doing is working, stick with what you're doing. What I'm saying is, when I do with my slings and everything else, I find that the growth rate, they put on more size and stronger by keeping them in smaller pots. And then as I grow them up, I still keep them small compared to the size of the sling. And this is giving me really, really strong slings. Now, if, like I say, it's an entirely different thing. I'm looking at it from a completely different angle, maybe.
I am from majority of people as well, I think.
So if you're looking at you're just literally just housing a sling and all the rest of it. If it's doing everything that it should be and it's in good health, carry on doing what you're doing. You know, it's that simple.
I put them into the larger ones purely because I'm a little bit thumbs, no fingers, so I can be a bit OTT sometimes by accident. And when I've got the pipette with the water, occasionally I might put a little bit too much in the sling pot. I find with the bigger pot, it's more controllable. If you put a little bit extra water in, it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah,
and it works, like you're saying, Dave. That works for me. I'm definitely not saying what you're doing is wrong by a long shot. Definitely not saying that. But
it's also
it's two different views, two different working practices achieving the same outcome.
Yeah, it is literally that. And I mean, you've also got to remember as well. I've been mucking around with this for like 40 plus years.
Exactly.
You know? So I pick a tub up, flick the lid off it, look in it, and I know exactly what I'm going to do. Whereas, someone new to the hobby would look at it and think, oh, that needs water. Where I'd have been like, that's got plenty in there already. Why are you adding any more? So if you're dealing with a very small pot, you've now created yourself a bit of a problem. And like you say, if you're using a bigger pot, you've got a little bit more leeway with what you're doing. You've also got more leeway with spiders jumping in and out of pots. There's lots of different things to take into account. But the main thing, the most important thing to remember is if it's working for you, stick with what you're doing. Don't think you have to do what someone else is doing or what they have said. If you're having trouble, by all means, sit there and go, well, Dave said I should do it this way. Then maybe give it a go, because you might end up having success.
Do you have any conversations I've been in when literally you're talking about stuff and then like Osman is one for this and go, Dave says this. You go, oh shit, yeah, because it is. It's just Dave took that second to go, actually, if we look at it this way, we get the answer. And all of us keep looking this way because it's what everybody's telling us to do. And, Tara's Army's just renewed Scott's Invert's level 2 channel membership. For those that you don't know, Scott's Invert's Army is on Facebook group. It was set up before we got married because the enemy is my wife and she whinges when I buy new spiders, so that's why I call her the enemy. So Tara's Army in chat is actually my wife. Everybody calls her Tara. I'll call her the enemy. That brings me on to this question from Raymond. Will we ever see Camera Lady, Dave?
Pretty unlikely.
Fair play to her.
She's very, very shy. And this is why she don't do the shows, because she don't like crowds. I think there's quite a lot of people out there that don't like busy places, and she's one of them. She doesn't like them. We did get her to go to one show where she came along and she filmed the show for me. And I think I said to you at the last show when we were chatting, and she followed around about 12 foot behind me and no one even knew it was her. So she managed to get through the day without being accosted.
Oh, you did. Was that a show where I was at?
Quite possibly, yeah. Quite possibly. I can't remember now which one it was. It was last year, I think.
I wouldn't have had a clue, no.
Yeah.
Craig says, I always go on what Uncle Dave says. How's little Matt? How's Leo? Sleeping. He's all right now.
Yeah, I think we were talking to some people at the show, and it's important that you get some sort of like rounded ideas. If you're trying to research something, try and get as many different points of view as possible. But the only thing I would say is research the people that you're getting that point of view from, because it's most important, because there's an awful lot of people out there with a point of view that have got no basis as to where they got it from. So it's very, very important that if you're going to take on someone's advice, that you find out that advice has come from somewhere decent, you know. And that is one of the big things with social media. It's too easy to make a comment on someone else's keeping skills or whatever.
Spiders,
yes.
Camera lady.
She literally just come to the door now. She says, "I don't keep spiders, but this is what you do."
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, if you ask people questions and they're talking to you, and then you ask them a question and they go silent for 10 minutes while they're googling the answer, and then they come back with this answer, and you think, "I've just read that from Wikipedia."
Oh.
Hello. Are we back again, Dave?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It all froze up.
I mean, if I'm stuck and I think I'm not quite sure about this particular area, or somebody corrects me, and I'm doing a video on it, I will tell you exactly who said what. I will say, look, you know, this person has actually saved day. Pseudoclamorous Gigas. That's what the Amazonius Jumanji video originally was called. And if it weren't for Osman going, you know, they did have a name change this year, February this year. It's just not been publicised too well. I went, no, I didn't. I did not know that. So that video would have actually come out as Pseudoclamorous and not Amazonius if it weren't for him. And I did say that in the video as well. I think that's key. Definitely one of the keys for my channel is just honesty.
Yeah, you have to be. There's no shame in not knowing the answer. You know, no shame at all. And this is one of the things. If you're open to that and you acknowledge it, you know, and you're upfront about it, then you're going to learn a lot quicker. But if you want to go through life trying to pretend you know everything, then, you know, it's going to be a lonely road.
Oh, Balfour Town. Remember we were talking before about Balfour is. I mean, this is on a previous stream with Dave. We were talking about the potential for a female to drop a sack in a Balfour communal.
Yep.
Balfour Town says, Scott and Dave, there are slings in this big communal.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's worth. It'd be interesting to see how many slings are actually there, and how many slings are well, there will be juvies, but how many of them actually survive in that communal going forward?
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, I hatched a sack off in my communal, and it happens. It works. It does happen, but again, it's what we talk about in terms of success ratios. So if you want to breed Balfouris, then, you know, the most successful way is to keep your females singly and pair them and do them like that. But yeah, in a communal, they will work. But then this comes back to that age-old question. In the wild state, they are not communal in the way that we keep them communal. So they are still more solitary spiders in the wild. And this is something I've been arguing about for years, and everyone tells me to shut up because I don't know what I'm talking about. But, you know, in the wild state, they do not live 30, 40, 50 strong in a hole. Don't happen.
Okay, so I'm going to chuck a spanner into the works there and say, where did you get that information from?
Anything. You look on anything where they actually are, and you'll find all the spiders that are classed as in a wild state communal. By that, what they mean is they swap territories. So they share territories. They don't live side by side. You'll see many, many spiders. The females will make a burrow, and then literally 10, 12, 15 inches, 18 inches away, there'll be another female made a burrow. Now, that is classed as a communal spider.
Go on,
you know, because they're living in that particular way like that. But when the way we keep them as communal, They don't live like that in the wild.
Lupang, who's in chat, is Ellie's other half, and Lupang adores Balfour and Balfour Communal. So Ellie's just put, "See you, baby. I told you it's a forced cohabitation."
She's quite right. She's quite right. Yeah. And then I saw there was a comment there from Ian Tarantula. You saying about literally regurgitated information. And that is very, very true. That's something we need to get away from.
Phil says, because incredible inverts and other animals, a lot of you might not know who Phil is.
Yeah.
Definitely worth dropping him a subscription. He's a zookeeper, lives in the zoo. He is animal crazy, to say the least. He says he gets the same in the zoo industry, constantly reassuring new volunteers it's okay to say, I don't know the answer, but I can try and find out.
Yeah.
I think that's, for us as YouTubers as well, I mean, Dave will say, he'll tell you that he has not got every single answer to every question. Admittedly, he's got more answers than what the rest of us have got. But as YouTubers, if you come to us with a question, we don't know it, I think it's really important, instead of, like he said, regurgitate incorrect information, is to point somebody in the right direction of somebody that actually has the information. Because I found it, I wouldn't say easier, but instead of going, oh, actually, I don't know anything about this true spider, but Jeremy, who's in chat, does, drop him a message. Instead of me going, Jeremy, what's one of these? And he tells me, and then I Chinese whisper it to the next person. It's easier just to go, go speak to Jeremy. He's brilliant. He won't mind you dropping him a message. I think as YouTubers, if we don't know the answers, like I said, it's really important just to signpost to where you can find the information out. Which brings me around to you obviously have got a wealth of information in the old noggin. I use the word old loosely. I'm
going to let my hair down in a minute and take this wig off.
I've got the one landing strip left, and that's it. A mohawk is the only haircut I can have. But where do you go, Dave? If you don't know the information about a certain spider, where does Uncle Dave get his information from? In 2022, if you want to go research something, where'd you go?
To be totally honest, I tend to go off my gut, because I generally find if you're searching for something and you can't find any information out there, it's a bit like we were saying earlier on. If it's not there, then I will normally, even if I can't find something in that same genus or whatever, I will look at that spider, work out what type of lifestyle it has, and then I will work it out from that myself, and try and do it that way. And to be fair, 99% of the time, it's fine. It's there. So it's sort of what you got to remember is when you build up knowledge of all these different species, some overlap. So the one thing that you do for one will cover countless others. I mean, one of the big things we often see in a hobby, and we touched on this once before, is temperatures. People get really hung up on temperatures. You can keep 99% of all spiders within a certain temperature range. They'll all be the same. So it's not, it's not always, it's not rocket science. So like new people, when they're coming into it, they feel that they have to have this wealth of knowledge. And yeah, it's helpful, it's useful, because it gives you a lot more to fall back on. But if you look at most things in a logical sense, you won't be far wrong. You'll almost be there. So it's just stick it up and a bit of logic.
You see, I mean, the way I approach it is if you've got a burrowing species of spider, you already know the setup. If you've got a terrestrial species of spider, you already know the setup. And if you've got an arboreal one, you already know the setup. The next stage for me is Is it dry? Is it moist? Is it drenched? And temperature wise, it gets to say whatever temperature it is in this room, which is normally around 25, 26 degrees.
Dave froze.
Dave's froze. He's got a concerned look. Froze face. No, he's unfroze. No, he's froze.
I know it's cold outside, but it didn't mean you can turn stiff, Dave.
Interestingly enough, as well, when we had Ian Tarantula on one of the Tuesday night lives a couple of weeks back, he keeps his spiders outside. He's in chat as well, and he runs a heat cable around his whole invert shed, spider shed. And he said in the winter times in that shed it drops down to 14 degrees, and he hasn't had a death yet.
No.
And we worry, or I worry, when that thermometer goes to 20. I'm like, oh no, it's a radiator. Who turned the radiator off? Why have you turned the radiator off? Oh, because I wanted to plug the kettle in. Don't plug the fucking kettle in. You know, it just shows you that the spiders can drop down to the lower temperatures for a period of time and still be completely fine.
Yeah,
I'm glad they can, because I can't.
I just see in the chat there, Ellie. You looking for a mascara female? Machala. I have one.
Is it fully grown?
Yes.
Is it ready for breeding?
Yes.
Mark, there you go. You found yourself a lover.
Is it Mark Spider Guy wants it?
Well, it was mine. I had 3 of them. Mark had a female, so I gave it to him, but his female hasn't grown and it already hooked out.
Yeah. No, this is an adult female I've got.
Yeah.
She's up for grabs.
You can make your babies now. It was my breeding project, but he's going to die before his gets big enough otherwise.
Ah, right, yeah.
That's another shout out tonight is to Mark the Spider Guy. If you want to feel like you're actually in somebody's room, in somebody's front room, while they're rehousing spiders, Mark is the only guy on YouTube that can do that for me. Literally, when he's doing his stuff, I feel like I'm sat in front of him. And he's an awesome guy. And if Lou Pang could just put Ian Owl Binding Crafts Facebook page into the comments as well, that would be awesome. Which is Ellie and Leah. They do a stand at all the shows. They've got like an online Facebook page as well. So all Ellie's artwork, Leah's artwork, crafts, all to do with the invert community and the invert hobby is all there. Which for us is brilliant, because if you get full up of spiders, we can still buy spider related stuff.
Hang on, Scott. Hang on. Not everything needs to be invert or reptile related. There's more to life than just what you keep in your kitchen.
Like what?
I'm not so sure about that.
Like what?
Well, Scott, yours that came from us wasn't an invert or an animal. It was a species of a certain type, but it wasn't an invert or animal. It was a plant.
What, the book?
Yeah, it was a tree. So we don't just do inverts.
That was a wedding present, a photo album that Ellie did. Yeah, I can't argue with that. I can't even say it was just there to make Tara smile, because I absolutely love it.
We can do a wide range of things. It doesn't necessarily have to be invert or animal related. It just matters that the customer's happy.
Alfie, just quickly while I see it before it disappears, I won a Trinidad olive gold on Sunday in the raffle. Do they need to be kept pretty wet? I'll keep mine just literally moist, just slightly damp.
Yeah, I'd have said a little bit more on the drier side, to be fair. Than
mine has dried out completely a few times. Sprayed it again and completely happy. Just slightly moist.
Sticks
Rick said, Dave, has you found all the slings that escaped? I should have asked his camera lady in the room before answering that question, shouldn't I?
None of them. Nothing. I haven't seen any at all. And I'm now starting to wonder whether she ate them herself. Because normally, when we've done huntsmans in the past, I normally let them break out into the room because it's easier to catch them off the ceiling than it is out the tank. And we normally pick them up over a period of a few days, and we get them all. But this time round, we never. I think we saw 2, and that was it. We didn't see any more. So they literally sort of vanished. I've got a feeling she has probably eaten them. Good news is she's on her second sack, so she has double.
Do you know when you're at work, you got your sandwiches that camera lady made, and there's that little crunch you can't quite put your finger on what it is. Jodie Henderson has been a channel member for 6 months. Thank you, Jodie. Really appreciate your support. The channel members don't half help out at the moment, especially at the moment. Erin was actually at the show on Sunday. Erin used to be called the Erin the boy with autism. He is absolutely awesome. Erin says, I have a question for Dave. What is your favourite? And if you watch my show video back, you'll see a big hunk of a guy waving from across the site. That's Erin.
Yeah, he's a lovely lad. I like him.
Quality.
What's he got? What's your favourite pokey type?
Yeah.
That's actually quite a difficult one because do you know what? I think the actual the Regalis is probably one of the prettiest ones. It's the most common, but if you really, really look into them, they are really nice. I like the Tigranacelli and the Miranda. I like their colours. I think they're really smart. And funny enough, probably my least favourite is the Metallica.
Yeah. Everybody loves that blue. Do you know when the ornatas sometimes develop that purple on the carapace?
Yeah.
And it can spread onto the legs. Yeah. That for me is just like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with the Ruffalata. You look at a Ruffalata and they come out almost green.
I was about to say that's the one with the green. The males are more green, aren't they, if I remember right?
Yeah. The Ruffalatas are really, really green. They're absolutely stunning. They are.
You're in there with Sharon there. Sharon says, I love the Ruffiata.
Yeah.
We all need to set up a GoFundMe for tarantula research, says Lou Pang.
Oh, what's that with Ian there? Very controversial, though. What's he talking about?
Probably the Metallica. Robbie said, "Oh no, he's put the one I can't say. The Hanamavalis Umika. I'll put it up and then Dave will be able to pronounce it correctly for you guys."
Oh, will he? There's open, isn't it? Hanamavalis Sumika. Yeah, it's an absolute mouthful, isn't it?
I think this is our 8th live, and I've still not been able to catch you off guard yet. There will be a question or something we can get you to slip up on. We've just got to try harder.
Far away. Let's see what we can do.
Ian says it was the Metallica comment. Now we're a bit later into the stream, so if you're looking at true spiders, just going back to the original topic of conditioning females, would you condition? When I say true spider, I'll rephrase it. I'll say other spiders because true spiders will get shot down all over the place for saying those words. If you've got spiders that aren't tarantulas, would you condition those females like you do the tarantulas? So if you're pairing up red fangs or a cupinus or something, or fishing spider or something like that, would you prepare the females in the same way that you do tarantulas by running them through a very small season? Or
no, not really. The only thing in terms of conditioning with anything like that, I would literally just run the same with the molts, try and get me molts out of the way. Then I would look at just getting my female conditioned in terms of her weight and her general health. So I want her to be in tip-top condition before I introduce that male. And the same with the male. I want him to be in tip-top condition when he goes in there. You know, this is one of the keys, is having both your spiders in prime health. You're better off waiting an extra week or two and getting them spiders in the right place than you are by rushing it and then you might end up losing your male, and you lost all hope anyway.
Night, Andre. I mean, that for me, it was a breath of fresh air because there's like myself that's been introduced, but other spiders for about 3 years now. I think Jeremy, I think he's 3 or 4, maybe a little bit longer. But with you having a bigger channel, it's nice to see that you're getting that content of true spiders are just as amazing as tarantulas out there as well. Raising the awareness of true spiders are being sold at shows and online, and some of them are flipping amazing.
The only downside with many true spiders is you've got a limited window, so they're quite short-lived. Also, as well, quite often or not, when females are produced, many true spiders will actually double, triple clutch, and then they die. So they literally die. So as a long-term project, they're not really there. So you sort of you can't, you can't once you've done them, as it were. So as long as you sort of get your head around that, that it's going to be a short-lived project, then it's all well and good.
If you guys in the chat want to blast the comments up with some questions just specifically for Dave, that would be absolutely awesome. So Tarantula Rookie, Dave, this is a good question. If you had to make a mystery box of 5 spiders to gift to yourself, what would it include?
Oh, bloody hell. I would definitely like to do something with a Solaris. I would like to do a program with them. I'd also like to. I really would love to do a full-blown project on camel spiders, because I'd like to crack the captive keeping of camel spiders, because I don't think it's necessarily as bad as. I mean, the longest I've kept one, I think, is about 2.5 years. So it's sort of, there's options there. What else? Bloody hell! I like what are they? Is it? I forget the name of it now. Like the robustum, the Megalophelma robustum, is it?
Megalophelma robustum.
Yeah. It's sort of like the orange and black job. I that's a stunning spider. I really would like some of them.
It is up there for me, that spider.
Yeah, there was some bred earlier in the year, but they were hanging on to them. They weren't prepared to let any go.
They're not my favourite spiders.
This one. Hey,
Scott got mine.
Who's got some?
I got Ellie's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere anytime.
You sure?
Did you find out what it was?
Everyone's.
Did you find out what it was after? Was it a girl or a boy?
It's a girl.
Nice.
Oh. So did you want to donate that to the channel or what?
Sorry?
Did you want to donate that to the channel or anything?
Oh, definitely not.
No, sure.
Anytime somebody gives me a spider, it does not leave this room. It's the spiders that people give me are far more special than any other ones. Do you know what I mean? So they definitely never leave here.
Yeah. No, there's many cool spiders out there. Yeah.
Scott, Dave, do you think the invert shows need to be in bigger venues? Brighton was crazy. Crammed and Ashford Sea shows is usually the same too. Funny you should say that as it goes. I was chatting to Nick, and Nick was chatting to Luke Manning, the organisers. Obviously, Nick's from Bugfest. And the Brighton show for next year is looking at being moved to a different venue. I was chatting to them outside. They expected behind the back of the building, they've now put some barriers up in the building there, and that used to be part of the car park. So they are looking at going for a different venue, because Brighton, where it is at the Brighton show, the room has now become too small. But I don't know if they're expecting so many of us lots to rock up as well as.
I think. Do you know what the sometimes it's not actually about. Sometimes it's not about the size of the venue. I've been to shows before now where the aisles are really wide. So you've got loads and loads of room, but you still got the same amount of people trying to look at the table. So you end up with this big void down the middle and everyone cramming into the tables. So it is really difficult. There was one last year, I can't remember where it was, but it was absolutely diabolical. You could not get down the aisles at all. They were that close together. It was the opposite. You couldn't do anything at all. And the whole day was just surrounded by frustrated people because you were either getting trod on, pushed, shoved, breathed on, or whatever, and it was an absolute bloody nightmare. But I think it's a really, really difficult one. A bigger venue would obviously, it would be beneficial because then maybe it won't get so bloody hot and sweaty in there.
I think they've got to use the same venue for a couple of years to see what's going on, and as that show then gets bigger in that one place, so that like if it was busy for 2 years consecutively running, then obviously they're going to look at a bigger one. But I think the problem with Brighton was people were having to park out on the road instead of having parking spaces at the venue.
Yeah,
it's not ideal, and if you're anything like me, if you park where you're not supposed to park, you spend all day worrying, even if there's no yellow lines, about getting a ticket or is your car safe. You'd rather have it on the designated car park, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Parking is a major problem.
Leah says, I prefer the gap between because I get trapped 3 aisles away from the table, and she had a massive anxiety attack. So she's in the electric scooter, just like Mark is, as well as I didn't even think. I think when they're doing their aisles, they do need to take that into consideration.
I mean, that was one of the things that I can't remember what show it was, but there was one last year, and literally was. I mean, you had someone with a pushchair or a wheelchair, the whole aisle ground to a halt because no one could get through at all. Even the person with the pushchair or the wheelchair, they couldn't get through. So it was like, it was just absolutely chaos. I can't remember which.
And let's just get this. Let's just get it right. It is not the pushchair or the wheelchair's fault. It is the event organisers for not making those aisles wide enough. I'll speak to Luke between now and the next show he does, and put people's concerns across like that.
Yeah, because I think it's.
And I said, there's people with anxieties. Can they come in early? And I asked him and Lee from Spider Shop, and both of them were like, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, we'll come out 10 minutes early." And anybody with anxiety issues or anything like that can come in early, 10 minutes early, because then instead of walking in and facing a crowd, which is extremely daunting for some people, it slowly builds up around them, so they can get used to it instead of it going poof.
I think it's a really, really awkward thing, and I don't really know if there's any particular answer to it apart from just going for bigger venues to start with, so the things are more spread out. That's the only real option.
For me, it's easy. It's like the event organisers measure the average width of a wheelchair and make sure it's at least each aisle is 3 times that width. Therefore, 2 chairs can then pass each other, and people can still walk past here.
Yeah. You just need bigger venues. That's the key.
What isn't the venue's fault and is our fault is when everybody's stood at the table, and then we're all stood behind them waiting to get to the table, and then there's more people stood behind us waiting to get to in front.
Yeah. It's just a nightmare. It is a nightmare. But it's one of the things we're going to have to live with. It's always been there, and I guess it always will be.
Mark says, overall, I did okay with Victoria in the wheelchair. People were conscious and accommodating. The only bit that annoyed me was at the start of the show when Leah was setting up, and her access got closed off. So I think it was me and Lewis just literally just fucked this table out of the way and told the geezer that ain't coming back here, and that was it, as simple as it was. Tarantula Rookie's got another belter of a question. Dave, you're allowed to travel to one spot on the earth to go see one tarantula in its habitat. Where are you going, and what's the spider, and why?
Oh, bloody hell. Do you know what? It'd probably be Asia. I'd probably go to Asia. I like most of the Asian arboreals, so I would like to see any of them. I'd like to see in the wild. I think that would be really, really cool. You know, I say actually to see some of the Theraphosa, if you don't see like Sturmy in the wild or something like that, because I'd be intrigued to see what condition they're in. I'd like to see, whether they're, are they running around with bald bums? That's what I want to know.
I'd be off to America. I would.
Yeah.
I'd be off. I'd be off to South America, Central America, also, and I'd be going to people's back gardens and in their cellars. And this is going to sound boring to a lot of you, but the Hogna Miami, extremely common wolf spider in America, but we haven't got them like here, but we have got wolf spiders here. So I want to see if the Hogna Miami in the wild behaves the same as ours, as in will occupy a space. Doesn't matter where the fuck that space is, it will occupy it, whether it's a hole in the wall, underneath somebody's house, underneath a stone, leaves, high up in a bush. Because the wolf spiders are one of the go everywhere spiders. So I would love to see where the Hognas go.
I went to I was lucky enough to go to Argentina a few years ago. Well, probably 10 years ago now. And nighttime. We were out in Cordoba, so it's like right out in the sticks. And nighttime, there was butterflies, moths coming in of a nighttime the size of birds. They were huge, great big things.
Pang says, my question for Dave is, when can I come and count your spiders?
Well, I hope we can count them a long way.
It would be 1, 2, 3, 4.
You can come and clean the funnel webs out.
He would. He is. We've rehoused the Balfouri with him, and Lewis is like yourself. He's very calm, very collected, all the time.
Yeah, good man.
That's all the time.
What you need.
In normal life as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if he told you about him having diarrhea at a service station at Brighton.
I'm not sure the one though.
He didn't actually have diarrhea. He was just walking through the petrol station, through the service station, and me being me was like, "Come on, Lewis, we'll find these toilets. If you've got the shits, mate, we need to find them now. If you've got diarrhea." And some bloke come the other way with his missus, and he was like, "See, he's got diarrhea, Bob. You've got the shits. There's something going around."
Oh dear.
Oh, I tell you what.
Trace. Bethany was at Brighton, I thought. No, she wasn't.
No, we wish.
She wasn't there. She's all right though, by the way. Yeah, she's good. She's cool.
I will say, check her Instagram.
Yes. Yeah, that'll open your eyes.
Where was I? That's just took my head somewhere completely else. Phil says, I'd love to see Hogna ingenuus in the wild, one of the most critically endangered spiders. See, Chris, that was funny. For those of you who don't know, me, Chris, and Lewis which is Lupin, go to the majority of the shows together. You think spending 3 hours with the three of us in a car would be boring? No. If one of these times we're going to turn up at a show and people are going to go, "We saw you going down the motorway. What were you doing in the car?"
Yeah. Well,
why are you waving at us? Bill says I'd rather go see Azencius intermedia animanus in the wild. That's just me.
See, for me, it would have to be Grammostola.
A particular one, Ellie, or just any?
All of them. I based my whole hobby on Grammostola. I almost had them all.
All I can say is it's a good job you started young.
I haven't got any of them anymore.
They'd have probably outlived you.
Lewis has got a female intermedia. Lewis has got some. He's got a very nice collection. He has. He really has.
This is the thing, isn't it? Your collection is constantly growing. You know, there's always some exciting new things to get.
I only have 2 spots.
Leah. Literally. Oh dear. If you've got any more questions for Dave, Ellie, or even myself, whack them into the comments. That would be brilliant.
I have one more question. Anybody need a Kallenbergie? He's still making spunk webs?
Kallenbergie, mature male.
He's still happy to spunk everywhere.
Yeah.
So if anybody out there's got a Kallenbergie female and they want the mature male,
What's that book on the table? What book on the table? Oh, that! That isn't actually a book. It's empty, though.
webs. So for anybody in that chat that might not know what we're talking about, when we say
You put biscuits in it.
Tarantula Matt wanted to know the book, and it's not. It's a biscuit tin.
It's a biscuit tin.
For anybody in the chat that might not know, when you hear slang words like wank blanket, spunk banklet, and all that, it's just like, you know, having a funny little terminology for what we call a sperm web, which sperm induction in itself is just absolutely crazy, absolutely amazing to watch. Dave, what Polytheria are you missing from your collection? Says Enzo Performance.
That Hummer filming a bug. Yeah, I can't bloody remember its name. Yeah, I haven't got one of them.
What is it, Dave?
And a Highland. I haven't got a Highland actually. Yeah, yeah, I haven't got a Highland. I think there was a time when I think I had pretty much all of them, and then I sort of got out of them a little bit. But I'm finding myself getting drawn back into them. So we never know. We might get one.
Jackson's Arachnid says, Dave, what temperature do you keep the beastie room at?
80 degrees.
And Michelle says, Dave, you used to use a bottle in with your bioactives and you don't know more. Why?
I done that because that wasn't actually for me. That was more for people following the thing. So it was there so that if you overwatered your system, you could siphon it out. That was the only reason. I personally have never used it because I never overfill it. But it was put there to actually as a safeguard, so that if you followed that system, you could then in turn siphon the water out. That was the whole idea of it.
I use an upturn bottle for the scorpion, especially when I want to breed them, and I upturn it, cut out the bottom here, put that down to where the drainage layer is, and then put the soil up to here, and then I'll put the water in, put the cap back on, and cover it over with soil, so the water's right at the bottom. Yeah. I personally think that it comes up through the soil and helps with the humidity levels.
Yeah,
what's the difference between that and just spraying the top and making sure that soil stays damp?
There is a difference. Preference. You can. This is one of the things you can actually have good humidity in an enclosure, but the top of the substrate is bone dry. And this is something that I've been trying to sort of show for a long, long time. You know, the actual surface is bone dry, but the humidity is coming up through that soil, and you can see it by the different colour of the soil as it goes through.
I'm just going to turn my mic off and phone my mum back. She's phoned me 3 times. I just want to make sure everything's all right.
Okay.
Cool. What we got in the chat?
People.
Oh, have you ever considered writing a book? No. I keep getting asked this, and yeah, my writing skills aren't particularly good, so I don't think there's much chance of me writing a book, to be fair.
I think it'll be a good book. Every page will say, keep calm and love your spiders.
Yeah, I could just literally have 150 pages saying exactly that. Yeah, I think books are books are a fascinating thing, and I know a lot of people use it as like it's almost like a legacy, isn't it, to write a book and leave something behind. But yeah, I don't. Do you know what? It's always that thing. It's like, would you have enough to say to fill a book?
Do you need a book when you get the channel?
Well, no, it was just someone said, have you ever considered writing a book? And I often get asked about it, but it's not something I've really thought about, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of doing a YouTube channel, is that you're everything you do is going to be out there forevermore, you know. And it is quite a comforting thing. I sort of sit there now and I think to myself, you know, when the day comes and I'm no longer around, you know, my daughter, my grandkids, they'll be able to click on YouTube and go, oh, look, there's Granddad. You know what I mean? And it's and you'll be there as life.
Even great grandkids. You know, we think, I wonder what my great granddad used to do.
Yeah, he's talking about spiders.
And those people in the future will be able to go, well, actually, your great granddad was a bit strange. He kept a lot of spiders. And he's on YouTube.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I know. I think it's actually a really cool thing, and it's quite a comforting thing as well.
He's still making money off his videos, but he didn't give anybody his Google password.
Yeah, that's the one.
Actually, Dave, I mean, a little while ago, I think we've done, I don't know, 8 lives now, 7 lives, something like that. We were discussing, like, at what point could you give up work and go YouTube full time?
Mm-hmm.
You're getting to that number pretty quick now, Sunshine, aren't we?
Well, I don't know about that.
Almost.
I think the
2,000 70, you need 32,000 and you'll be there.
Well, it does seem 100,000 seems to be the magic number for most YouTubers, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If they hit 100,000, they all seem to give up work and go full time. I
was watching. He doesn't do spiders. He's another YouTuber, but I was watching this guy, and he's got 500,000. And I was watching some of his videos, and I was thinking, that's got to cost a lot, you know. How are you in? I couldn't work out if he was earning enough to produce these videos. And he did a video explaining that he's got a Pokemon company, and what he did was he started the company up to pay for the videos that he was making when he was on low subscribe count, to keep him going. So I think, you know, the ideal situation. I mean, I'll probably never get to 100,000, but I'd like to think if it did, I'd still have something part time as a fallback.
I think YouTube. I suppose I'm lucky in a way because YouTube I actually enjoy. You know, I do enjoy doing the videos. It gives me a purpose as well. So when I'm doing stuff in my room, new projects, things like that, they all sort of like come hand in hand with one another. And then obviously the breeding that I do as well, that finances my projects and whatever I want to do. Whether the problem is the minute you give up your day job, the pressure is now on. You know, you've got to be hitting X amount of money per month to pay the bills and sort of, you know, keep a good living and all the rest of it. And it's not easy. You know, you could all be going along great guns and then have a really bad breeding year. Like the beginning of this year was terrible. You know, could I have carried on? You know,
you kind of witness it because you see a good channel, really, really good channel, and then suddenly they're at 100,000 subscribers or whatever. And I mean, I've noticed it more in other topics, not just spider, but you kind of see it, and then suddenly their thumbnails go from being, chilled out to clickbaity to I set the kitchen on fire, and they've just got a lighter in their hand or something stupid just to get those views up.
Yeah.
And their content seems to go away from what they initially set it out for. I suppose.
I think.
And without being rude, and tell me to shut up, I will not be offended. But with your age, could you then maybe go, well, we could do YouTube and pull on a pension and be completely fine until we hit 65 in 30 years' time?
I think it's a really difficult one because it's something that we sort of we play around with all the time. And I'm very fortunate that, I don't have a bad paid job. I earn sort of reasonable money. And then what I do with this, my breathing and that, it's sort of it helps buffer that as well. And the problem is when you look at life like that, you sit there and think, well, actually, do you know what? It ain't that bad. I could give up work. But then when you actually wake to the reality of it and suddenly think, well, yeah, things are all right at the moment. But when I lose X amount a month because I haven't got that day job, now all of a sudden we're back on the breadline, and we're having to work and, do more. And I think this is where a lot of the YouTube channels find themselves, is they give up their day job, they go solely onto YouTube. And then, of course, when you are looking for the big hits, you're looking for that viral video that's going to make you a few quid. I mean, I still don't understand how YouTube actually works in terms of what you earn, because it doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason.
I don't get the algorithm stuff or anything. I mean, Robbie goes into it in depth, and I'm like, I just put whatever tags on it I think might work.
I don't use tags.
And I'm like, this didn't work. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I literally, I used to sit there and I used to write out bloody hundreds of tags. And that used to be the longest part of my video editing, was writing out the tags. And I mean, one day, I think what it was, I think for some reason or other, I didn't do any. I forgot it, literally forgot it. And it weren't until it went out and I panicked. I was like, oh my God, I didn't do any tags. What's going to happen? And do you know what? It didn't make a blind bit of difference. So then the next time I sat there and I thought, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to see what happens. And I haven't put that section that you fill in when you do your editing. I haven't put tags for over a year.
I had to do a video. I'd lost my phone and all sorts. So the only access to YouTube I had was through StreamYard. So with StreamYard, you can upload a video to StreamYard and get it to put it out. So and I only found that out through Chris and Lewis, right? So I did this video, and I was like, oh my God, the quality is shit because I've not got my proper camera on it or anything like that. Can't do anything on my phone because I've lost it. And I put it on StreamYard to be released at a certain time, and it had the title, didn't have a description, didn't have no tags. And it did it as a live event, and it hit 2.1 thousand views, and I was like, "What?"
Mm.
My views are normally between 200 to 500 at a time. That's what I seem to average at. So when this one did that, I was like, "What the?"
Yeah.
All the other ones, I'm like, "Oh, what tags? Oh, I'll put this one." Yeah. What other tag could I do? Oh yeah, we do this one, and then you do nothing in one. You think, what algorithm?
It's really difficult to understand, and I'll be totally honest with you. I have given up trying. I just sit there and I think, oh, this might be interesting. I'll do that, and then something else will happen. It'd be like we were saying earlier on. I was literally just about to go to bed, and I came into my room. I looked down at this particular spider that's on an egg sac, and I see she had opened the thing up, and I was like, "Oh bloody hell, that's I didn't want that, didn't want to see that." And then I could just about see down in the burrow, and I could see an egg sac, and I thought, right, I'm going to have to take that away now. So I literally said to the camera lady, "Come on, we're going to make a quick video." She was like, "You saucy bugger this time of night."
I was just about to say, those little beasties only fans.
I was don't look like that in the spider room. Bloody hell. So, yeah, we literally...
You're watching the spider room and she's bent over the beastie desk.
I told her them reflections would get her caught in the end. So we ended up, we literally done this like quick video, and that'll go out like Thursday. But it just goes to show sometimes you do stuff off the cuff because it's now or never. You're not going to get it, so it don't always work. But it's a really difficult. YouTube's a world of its own, to be fair.
Unusual Pets has just become a channel member. Thank you so much, Leah. Again, please go check her out. I do shout her out in a lot of videos because she is flipping awesome lady. And she's a moderator, so you can just click on the blue little spanner where it says Unusual Pets and drop her a subscription. That would be absolutely awesome. Thank you, Leah. We appreciate it. Going to OnlyFans. I mean, when I start my videos, I go, "Hi, welcome to Scott's Inverts. I'm Scott. These are the inverts." I said to Tara, "I've changed my intro. Would you mind looking at it?" And she went, yeah, of course. So I sent her this video, and I'm off camera, and it says, "Hi, welcome to Scott's Inverts. I'm Scott." And I'll come in doing the helicopter, and this is the She reminded me of it. She says, "Do you know that's been a year since you did that?" I was like, "Has it?"
I tell you what, in all seriousness, no. I was on YouTube and I watched I went on one of these bloody things, and it was some British a British porn star, and he was doing like an interview with this other girl, and anyway, they were doing this bloody interview, and they turned around and said, "What do you earn out of OnlyFans?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, I've got an OnlyFans thing. Now get this right.
Millions.
To sign up to his OnlyFans, it was £15, and I think that's £15 a month. And he had 150,000 people on it at £15 each a month. And then, do you know what he turned around and he goes, "That's not my main income." And I was like, my God. And it just goes to show how social media is working. And
how long have you been a subscription to his, Dave?
Oh, do you know what? And I thought to myself, maybe I need to start something different.
I know.
Yeah. Camera lady weren't too keen, but I said, "Right, it's all right. I'll go on my own. It'll be fine." She's like, "No. What if my mother sees you?"
I'm not even lying. Some of the ladies that I speak to do find Uncle Dave very attractive.
Ooh,
Very attractive. Yes. A8 Converter Man. Dave, did you get the idiot making shorts from your content sorted?
No. There's nothing we can do about it. I have to open a TikTok account, and that's the only way I can report them. And do you know what I did for some time? I toyed with the idea of doing a TikTok account, and the only reason I haven't is because it's just time. I struggle with time now, so trying to set up another social media platform and do it, and I didn't know whether it would be beneficial enough to sort of go and do it. But I mean, he's making, well, I don't know if he makes any money out of it, but I mean, the last time I looked, he had about 30,000 followers in no time at all.
Stephen, Scott doesn't need OnlyFans. He shows his talent on TikTok. I have a lot of TikTok. If you want to see spiders, you want to see some funny shit, just watch my TikTok. I have a bit of a laugh. I normally put it on my Facebook page as well, but that's my personality. I love a laugh. It's pretty much as simple as that. I think that was flashing the nipple. Were you referring to that one, or when I was cross-dressing, or or which one?
Yeah, there's been so many.
There's a TikTok craze, and it's like, you want a picture? Oh, you want another one? And then they pose again. So I was like, all right, where's Tara's dress? So I put one of Tara's dresses on, and I was like, oh, you want a picture? And then it was like, you want another one? Flash the nipple like this, and then carry on. The funny part of it is I ripped Tara's dress.
Ooh. That's not good. That's not good.
But why not? Why not? Life's too short not to enjoy these laughs that we can have on a daily basis. I mean, my mental health is pretty shit at the best of days. So if I can have a laugh with someone, I'm going to. Chris is still on wheel, says Dave. Did you end up getting and trying a polarized filter?
No, I haven't. No, that is something I do need to look into. Yeah, I do need to do that. When will you get a member Patreon channel? Now, this is quite a controversial thing. I haven't done as of yet, and the only reason is I feel that it puts me sort of under pressure to provide more. That I don't necessarily know what more I could do. So let me try and work it out. It's like at the moment, everything I do is because I choose to do it. Yeah, if that makes sense. Whereas if I've got people like paying money into me every month or whatever, I feel obliged that I need to be finding something special to do, or finding that bit extra or whatever. Yeah, it just sort of like it conflicts with me a little bit. I have thought about it. It's just whether I can provide enough to make it worthwhile. That's all. Yeah,
I've got it, and I think people like to become a channel member because then they know that they're supporting the channel to especially for me to another level. And for content creator like myself, it means the world to you, obviously, but then it helps so much in kind of if you need to get another enclosure or something like that. I mean, all mine are second hand. I think I've got 3 or 4 glass ones that are new. The rest are all second hand. Or if the internet bill comes in and I haven't been paid yet, stuff like that, it really does help. And off the back of that, if you want to join, there's a blue join button. And if I don't mention it, Lupang and Chris Zoo on Wheels will literally kick my ass after the stream.
No, I think it's to be fair. I mean, these things are there to to help us as creators, and you should make full use of them.
I personally think you should, because that Solaris project, with the help of channel members, you could be another step closer to it.
Yeah.
I've got the first lot of channel members and donations and stuff paid for a decent microphone for the lives, and that was nearly £100. And when it all come through and I got the money, and I paid for it, I ain't gonna lie, I sat with Tara and had a little cry about it, because it don't half get you, Dave, when you do it and you think the ones with the little stars and the things after the name are channel members, and you think, yeah, you're putting your hard-earned cash into my channel. It's like, what? It blows you off your feet.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people in the past that have come into like money, like with inheritances and things like that, and they've literally just messaged me out of the blue and said, like, we'd like to donate some cash and help you out, this, that, and the other. And I've always sort of said, like, I am blown away that you'd even think about me, to be fair, but I've never accepted any, and it is literally just that, it's just I suppose I'm probably old school. I've gone through life where everything that I got myself. Everything I've done myself. I've never had anyone to help me out, but even from like a very young age, like we're talking like a young teenager, I had to do everything myself. So it's a hard hard thing to let go, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, I'm fully support anyone else who does it or uses it. I think it's there to be used for sure.
It hits you emotionally away from YouTube, away from social media. When you're out and about and you're by yourself and you start thinking about it, you think, my God, you know, I mean, channel member, Dave, you can start them off at like what I think mine's $2.99 the first one.
Yeah.
I just think, wow. But I think if you put that in place, you know, those breeding projects, it's going to be beneficial to us lot, because if you start breeding Solaris, suddenly they're not going to be 600 quid. If you get yourself 3 females and a male off your channel members, the price in the UK for Solaris is suddenly just going to go.
Yeah.
So if you do your channel members, effectively, you're putting that money back into the community anyway.
Yeah. I think it's definitely something I'd I need to look into, I guess. I mean, I've never done anything like that on the channel, you know. And in some ways, it's been something that I've been quite sort of strict with, you know. But yeah, I think there's definitely something there. What animals you attempting to be?
Like Michelle says, to get a channel member, you've got to put work in anyway, which you would have done yourself. But yeah, Stephen Frost, let's take Dave off that one now. What animal was you attempting to be on the most recent? Oh, that was on the TikTok. That was the ape. Because you could do this ape, and I put the background as a jungle, so I did a little song on it, and you put your face goes on the ape. Well, I got the ginger beard, and the ape's ginger. Orangutan, sorry. So I was like, yeah, we'll do a bit of that.
Yeah. You was an orangutan.
Yeah. That's what I use TikTok for. I mean, there's tons of me spiders on there, but if there's a trend that's like having a laugh, I'll do it. Lou Pang says, Dave, I think if you wanted to do something extra for the channel members, you could just post a list of slings for sale so they get a slight early access to the list.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, because on your community tab, you can do it for channel members only.
All right, yeah.
So on mine, I'll put little snippets of what's coming up, so they know, and then I'll do. You could do like channel member only lives as well.
All right. Yeah, I must admit, I think I've been asked a lot to do like a live on the channel. That's something I've never done before. You know, I've been on a couple of different lives, but I've never done one myself.
Did the new list get uploaded, Dave? Says Matt.
New list. Not yet. No. I've got the next couple of days. I need to go through everything that I've got kicking around. So we're having a little bit of a sort out. So yeah, we're there'll be some, probably near the end of the week. We'll have a new list out. Yeah, we're at spaces of an optimum at the moment.
Did you ever get slings from the Macrothelli?
No, my
I can't remember.
My female died. My adult female died. So we're now waiting on the juvies. Now we're waiting on those maturing, and then we've got juvies that are around about 2.5 inches or so, and then we got them right the way back down to some that are only like 3 centimeters or so. So we should have a really, really good, overall time frame where we can get stuff off. So in actual fact, it's one of my jobs this week is to go through some of the molts and find out what's females and hopefully what's males. But they're quite awkward to sex. They're quite a delicate, molt when they molt out.
Chris is on wheel says, Dave, could you send the list over to him after we've done tonight?
Yeah, if anyone wants it, just message me on Facebook because I have got a terrible memory. So yeah, just fire me a message and I'll get it over.
What Steve Spiders says. Scott and Dave, do you think with more teas being added to CITES species that are hobby staples, i.e. brachypelma, we'll see prices skyrocket? It shouldn't do. Look at versicola. There's enough in the hobby to keep us going for years.
It probably will, though. It probably will raise the money.
Long term.
Yeah, because what you'll find is exactly the same thing that's happened with the Poecilotheria. As soon as they turned around and said that Poecilotheria were going to go onto CITES, then you would have noticed in that year, all the prices went up, especially if you were looking for adults. The prices went up, and this is basically a knee-jerk reaction, because there's just as many around now as there was a year ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago. It's no difference. It's just a knee-jerk reaction, and we've seen the same thing with the brackies and stuff. Think of like the rosiers. They're silly money, whereas they were one of the cheapest things you could buy. As soon as you start to legislate anything, it will put a price on it. Always has.
Mark, he wanted me to show you. Look, Mark and Victoria both watching.
Hello, guys. It was nice seeing them at the show.
Oh yeah, Mark is a lovely guy, lovely guy.
Yeah.
Why are Celadonias so expensive?
Again, that's another thing. It's the hobby, and also as well, a lot of it is misunderstanding. So if you go back, say 5-6 years ago, when Celadonia really hit the hobby, you were looking at £500-600 for a sling. You know, I sold my last ones for 60 quid. So the money has literally dropped out. Any new spider that comes into the hobby is going to demand a high price. If it's a colourful spider like the Celadonia, it's going to command an even bigger price. It's that simple. It's demand against, availability. And again, it comes back to like we were saying with the breeding, they're not being bred sufficiently enough, and they're not being bred consistently. So no one's really got the gist of how they're going about it. So they're going to still fetch, reasonable money, but they've dropped off an awful lot. Yeah, I mean, so I was put up there in the US. I got asked if I could ship a whole clutch, a whole sack to the US, and they were prepared to give me $800 a sling.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
wow. With the US, because each state is like a different country. So to get one spider from one part of the country to another, you can't do it next day.
No.
And I think that could possibly why the prices go up, because people don't want to ship males all over the country in case they pass away in transit. Maybe one of the guys from the US could kind of put their theory on it. Would be brilliant.
I think in the US generally the prices are just much higher than what they are here.
€74 in the Netherlands, says Osman.
Yeah, they've come down substantially now. But you'll find that it's the main online sellers, the big shops. They're the ones that are dictating the pricing.
Well, to be fair though,
create the price.
If somebody brings out a new product and it's part of a collection, and you're looking for that one and you just want that one, whoever's selling it can then literally put whatever price they want on it, can't they?
Yeah.
So when a new spider comes into whichever country it is, if that seller is the only person to have those spiders, and they're thinking, well, actually, I've only got 20, I need to keep 10 for myself for my personal breeding. That other 10, I could potentially sell and pay for the other 10 that I bought, as well as make myself a bit of cash. the price always goes sky high. Solaris, £600 is the highest I've seen those at, and that was at a show.
Yeah.
Warrants that price. T. Celedonia, I think I can remember 2 years ago thinking I wouldn't mind an adult Celedonia, and I went online and I found one sub-adult, and it was £340. And I went, I can't risk that money. I can't risk that much money going through the post. And I also have not got that much money to spend on one spider.
It's a major investment. It's a big investment.
But with people like yourself, Dave, that bringing that price down, it's going to make it more affordable to people like myself and other people in my position, where we can now go, I can afford one. Chris says Solaris is now £400. He's getting one at sea. I still wouldn't pay that for a Solaris.
So the problem is the way I look at it is like there. Chris has said there that the Solaris is £400. I look at that and I think to myself, well, what use is one spider to me?
This is where you need your channel members.
The least the minimum I'm going to need is 2. So that's £800. So it's. I suppose it all depends on what you want. If you just want to buy something so that you can say that you own that particular spot, then yeah, I guess it works out. But if you want to breed it, it's big bucks.
I suppose there's different ways of looking at that, because you want to own it, because I did a short and it was opening a mystery box and somebody says, oh, you refer to them like they're Pokemon. And it's like, well, yeah, I do. I'm pretty proud of the fact that I've got loads of different species and what. But I think a lot of people, especially in tonight's live, would like to go, well, actually, this is Celedonia and they're absolutely amazing, and they were bred in the beastie room. Because it means more to people than just buying one from a show or online from somebody that they don't know.
That has been something that's been really, really nice. I've had people sort of message me and they've asked me for. I had it with the metallic, and I had people saying, "Oh, have you got any metallicas?" I'm like, no, I've got a couple that I'm hoping are going to drop, but there's no guarantees. But if you go over here, they've got some, and they're like, no, I'd rather wait for yours.
Yeah,
and I'm like, wow, that is something that's really nice. That touches you, because you sort of sit there and you think, bloody hell, that's someone's prepared to wait, and then maybe they may be unlucky and they don't do anything, they don't drop, and they've lost out then. But you know what? They were willing to give it a go.
That's like with the species silver. I waited for spar spiders because I knew they were going to be cheaper than the 140 I'd previously seen them at.
Yeah,
and yeah, they were a lot cheaper.
It's a weird thing, because when you're breeding, ideally you want to sell stuff out that's reasonable money, that's not taking the mick. By the same token, you want to hopefully make a bit of money so that you can support your next project. So it's a sort of a thin line, and it depends. One of the other good things when I done the Celedonia was I had 53 in that sack. So that was a monster sack for one of them. That was a huge sack. So it sort of helped.
Do you think you'll have a couple of tables at one of the shows?
That is my intention for next year. I would like to do that. I've got a lot of slings, different stuff that I've bred sort of this year, which I'm just sort of growing on and what have you. So it's I would like to do a show. I think it would be fun, and I love meeting everyone. So it's as much as I came from the Brighton show, quite emotional, really. I come back and wife said to me, she was like, "Oh, did you have a good day?" And I sort of went off and I said, you know what? I think it was one of the best. It was just so nice. So many nice, genuine people, you know, and being, you know, you're being stopped constantly all the time as you go through the day, and you know, and it's just lovely seeing all these people and hearing about how you've changed the way they do things and, you know, made things for the better. And you just, I mean, I went there on my own and I drove home on my own, and you know what, I was grinning all the way. You know, it was just phenomenal. You know, and it even like, you know, that night I got in, bloody had a bite to eat and all the rest of it. I went to bed smiling like a bloody, like, I don't know, like an idiot. You know,
I couldn't sleep the night before, and I couldn't sleep that night either.
Yeah,
Just still buzzing. Absolutely. Lewis says, and you got to meet Spider-Man.
Yes, always a pleasure.
You know that Spider-Man outfit that he wears? He handmade that himself.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Bloody hell!
Because the other YouTuber that used to wear like a spider outfit was just in awe of it and literally gob open like, wow.
Yeah, I mean it is bloody. I mean it looks like the proper deal, doesn't it? Like the one off the telly. You know,
when he tells you, you kind of just stand there and go, as you take it in, like the amount of effort and the work that's got into it.
Yeah, and
like, how do you start? How do you make a skin tight Spider-Man outfit?
He's I think
it was mint as well. Absolutely mint.
He's obviously bloody. He's very talented.
Oh, Leah says she said hi to Dave, but I never like to bother him because he's always so busy.
Hey, I'm never too busy for anybody.
I'll say hey and move on because of the anxieties. That's it, Dave. Next time you'll have to go to Leah and Ellie's table.
Yeah. I am never too busy for anything.
They do some nice little gifts, you know, if you want to take something back for Camera Lady.
I don't want to set a precedence. That's the problem.
Oh,
if I do it once, then I'm going to have to do it again.
My other half loves mugs, right? Obviously, she married me. She's got Ellie's, she's got Leah's, she's got Mark's. If somebody sends me a channel mug, she has it, and that's it. We've got Peter. Well, I've got Peter Webster's. No, she's got it. So occasionally, I brought her back a Creatures from the North one. I brought her back some others as well. I didn't bring her back one this time, did I?
Oh, you see, you get in trouble. You see, this is what I say. You don't want to set a precedence.
I was gutted as well, you know, because Layla broke one of mine, and she didn't tell me. Right, so I've picked this mug up, put it on the side, made myself a cup of tea, and it's just come pissing out the side. There's a little hole, so she's put a hole in it. But it's a remains to be seen mug, so it had like the ram's head on it. So I thought, it's not too bad. I'll be out. They're only like a £5. I thought I'll be able to get another one at the show. They didn't have any, did they? I was
that's always the way, isn't it?
I love that mug. Coffee tasted amazing in it. It really did.
Yeah, that's always the way.
Scott, have you noticed any pecan cinerides about? Can't seem to find any.
I'm looking for a mug.
Leah says handmade butterfly jewelry made with real butterfly wings and gold leaf essence. Oh, you could take us back something.
Gonna get me into trouble, isn't it? You just know it.
Do you know the wire trees with the gems on?
Oh yeah.
She makes those. They normally go down well.
Oh, you're just gonna get me into bloody trouble.
If Camera Lady's watching, she's going to be like, Dave, all this stuff show that's not spider related, and you've never brought any of it home.
She's in the living room. She's out of earshot.
She's in the living room setting up the cameras for that OnlyFans video.
I hope so. All I'm hoping is she's got the eating on, otherwise they won't get what they were phoned in for.
I've come home from work before now, right? And I've walked in, and the missus is upstairs, like, you know. So I've gone upstairs. I've just pulled my trousers down. I've gone, it's cold outside, isn't it? We put the heat on, it might look bigger. Hey, shady things.
Yeah, right.
Has she ever pulled funny faces on the lives behind the camera or anything like that to you?
Oh yeah. We get a bit of that, and like bloody, we'll be making a video or whatever, and she'll do something stupid, and I have to literally just blank it, and then afterwards she'll be like, "How did you manage to do that?" You know, and I'm like, I'm just ignoring you. I'm pretending you're not there. But yeah. Sometimes she can be mischievous. Put it that way.
That's how we want him, though.
Yeah,
that's how we want him.
I'll be honest. Right,
without stating the obvious, Tara's done similar things. Do you know what I mean? On live as well, and I've gone. Right, that's the end of the live. See you later.
yeah. Gotta go. Just at the door. No, I think. I mean, that's one of the things, isn't it? I mean, we've.
Oh, no, it's CL Fangs and Stings. Take care.
I'm gonna go as well, guys. Okay.
All right, Ellie.
You take it easy.
See you later.
Take care. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, you. I think bloody hell. I think crikey, we've been together 20 plus years. Yeah, and we still laugh and muck about every day. It's just the same.
I'm 43. My relationships have always been like, after a year, I've always gone.
Yeah.
But with Tara, it's been 4 years now, and it's still the humour and stuff is still as fresh as day one.
Yeah.
And she is yet to shout at me after 4 years. Not one loud word shouted.
Yeah.
She gives me a stern talking to sometimes, but she's never gone off the rail at me or anything like that. It's just pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I think,
I'm very lucky.
When you get that, it's funny actually, because when you find yourself in that situation, you actually realise all the other times you thought you had it, you never did.
Nope.
You know?
And somebody was asking me today, actually. They said to me, I got married in August, for anybody that don't know. They kind of said, I've never been married before either. They said, how's married life? And I went, brilliant. And they were like, do you feel different or anything? And I said, yeah, a lot. I thought I was protective before we got married. Now we're married, and I'm like, that's my wife. Suddenly it's like 100%, 2, 3, 4, 500% exaggerated. Yeah. And I said to her when we got together, I said, look, I'm a bloke, right? I'm not a perv, but if a good-looking lady walks down the other side of the street, I do tend to go like this. But that's as far as it goes, Yeah, and she was like, yeah, I get that. And I said to her, if a good-looking bloke walks down the street, I expect you to kind of go like that. But when we're together, none of that shit. So that's kind of it. But now we're married, I don't do it nowhere near as often because I think the wife pops into my head.
I think we've been together 20 plus years, but we only actually got married, I think 4 years ago.
Hi, Catherine. I'm going to highlight that because that's pretty special. Catherine X says, hi, chat. Scott, hi, Dave. Love your channel, guys. First time to comment.
Hey.
Thank you so much. Commenting on videos like mine and Dave's. Once the video's been uploaded, commenting really, really helps push the videos out, and it's a great way to say hello. Not just for you guys, but for us to get to know you. It's more important for us to kind of say hello to you lot.
It's also as well, it gives us as creators a gauge as to whether we're doing stuff that's of interest to people. Because if no one comments on it, you're going to sort of sit and think, well, that was a bit flat. That didn't go nowhere, did it? So it's always a good thing to hear people's comments and what they got to say and all the rest of it. Yeah, I think it's lovely.
Cheers, Mark. Plus, David's got to take the time to respond. Well, you take the time to watch the videos.
Yeah.
It's the least you can do.
I think that's been one of my things from the very beginning, and I still try and comment on everything now. What we done.
What a lovely welcome. Thank you so much. No worries. Welcome to the community. The community is awesome, Catherine, by the way. Subscribers are mentally awesome. If it's talking channels, well, there's still quite a few watching. If you've got your own YouTube channel, please just type me in the comments so people can click on your name and go and subscribe, because it is all about sharing. As far as I'm concerned, and supporting each other. So if you've got your own YouTube channel, in the comments, just put me, so then anybody that wants to subscribe and watch more spider and animal content, apart from Dave's, can do. Yeah. The amount of times I was winding Dave up at the show and putting like Kale's a friend. And Kale was like, "Oh yeah, watch every video of yours, Dave." And I was like, "Yeah, but mine are better, aren't they?" And Kale was like, "Oh." Makes you realise. Shady Things says me, I'm the weirdo. Shady Things has an awesome YouTube channel, and if you watch it with an open mind, you will absolutely love it. So please, anybody that's typing me in the comments, please just take a second to hit their name, go to their channel quickly, subscribe, and then pop back. Massive thank you from me and Dave if you do that as well.
Yeah, go for it.
And a huge thanks to myself, to you as well, Dave, because you're coming on a guy that's got a small channel. You're not going to gain any subscribers or anything from coming on my live, are you?
Well, you never know. You never know.
No, I really appreciate your time.
It's like we said before. It's these sort of events is not. This isn't networking. Do this is just it's getting out there and enjoying a nice evening with like-minded people. Sit down, have a laugh. You end up, I've got people now like yourselves who I class as friends. I can turn up at the shows, whatever, go and have a coffee, have a chat. It's really nice. And that's what it's about. This isn't about getting subscriptions or anything like that. This is just about getting out there, talking to all these people. Many of the people that we see in the chat there, we get to see at the shows.
Oh God,
many of them, and it's a really thing. I think you mentioned was it him and his wife that was outside talking with us, wasn't it?
Kale and Andre.
Yeah, it was outside. They were chatting to us.
Do you know Andre? The one with the hat.
Yes.
Cap.
Yes.
Do you know he's coming up to 40 years of age?
Is he really?
I thought he was in his late 20s.
Yeah. Yeah.
You what?
Yeah. Likely.
Let me just read this one out. Aisha, ASHI. I do apologise if I pronounce your name wrong. Do apologise. I'm not the best at pronunciation, the best of times. I absolutely adore watching content from you guys. It's lovely getting to get different perspectives and ideas from how each person works and works with their spiders. Well, that's it. I mean, there could be, dare me say it, you might see Dave doing something where you look and you think, not sure about that, but then you might watch somebody else's YouTube video and they're looking at it this direction, and you go, actually, I can relate to that one. I highly doubt it, but
That's very, very true. It's like we were saying earlier on. You need to try and get a broad overview of everything. It was like someone was saying about with the sling pots and the last video I done. If what you're doing at the moment is working for you, then stick with that. It's already showing the fruits of your labour.
But then again, it's really important that you look at somebody's history and kind of standing in the hobby as well.
Yeah, that's probably the most important part. You know, it's not so much about who you listen to. Just make sure you vet the people you're listening to. that's the thing. I think if you a bit of a track record.
Scott's Inverts Army's Facebook page, Facebook group. Sorry, I've just dropped that into the chat as well. If anybody wants to, if anybody's on Facebook and you're not in any of the spider groups, if you want to click on that and come and join. Catherine, Dave, can you give Camera Lady my best wishes, please?
I certainly will.
Be surprised how many people love Camera Lady and they don't even know what she looks like.
She is very, very popular. She is the dark side of the channel.
Wow. The dark side of the channel, eh?
The dark side of the channel, yeah. Yeah. We try to keep her in the dark because she's bloody trouble if we let her out.
I'll call the wife the enemy for a good reason.
What was that question there about a versicolor? It's not. Versico's not coming out. Like there. I've stopped feeding for a while, but she's staying in. What can I do? Well, this is something you'll see with many of your spiders. You know, they will self-regulate. They will fast. And it might not be absolutely anything that you're doing. It could just be that your spider is full and content and it's just resting. What you got to remember is spiders are very much a instinctual type of beast. They're not an emotional beast. So, you know, they don't really look out the window and see the sun shining and think, well, you know, I'm going to go for a walk in the sun or anything. They literally work purely on instinct. So if they're hungry, they go and find food. If they're thirsty, they go and find water. If they're not thirsty and they're not hungry, they stay put.
Bit like us men.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Catherine said the Camera Lady is amazing with the camera. Chris says at C's he'll be on the CFTN stall again. Unusual pets. I paired my Albiceps. Oh, let me just get that up on screen. I paired my Albiceps, but not really sure he got in there. If I pair them again, how do I know if he's doing the job?
Well, if you see, if you look at the female, when these guys actually manage to get insemination, quite often you'll see the female arch her body, and you know that the fact that he's actually done it. Sometimes they're so gentle that it's difficult to actually see that happen. But you can also, if the females have been inseminated successfully before, sometimes they will chase that male off. And the Albiceps is one of them. If she's already been successfully paired, quite often she won't stand a second time. So, yeah, put him in there and see what happens.
That's a good. I don't know that question. The answer to that one. I know spiders poo, but do they wee? It's not a stupid question, Catherine. Any question about spiders is not a stupid question.
No. I always say that there is no stupid questions.
Night, Anton. Take care.
Good night, Anton. Yeah, there is no stupid questions. Now then, with spiders, it's basically all done in the same motion. It's all the same thing. So they basically get rid of everything in that one hit. It's all as one motion, as we say.
Osman has an amazing collection, and he says, Dave, are you selling at BTS? If not, we need to sort something out, but if you could bring some, I need some beastie spots in the collection.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're not selling at BTS, if somebody prepays you, would you be willing to bring anything that they buy? BTS?
I'll be totally honest with you. I try to avoid that if I can, because I've been let down so many times. You know, people are like, "Oh, bring it to the show, bring it to the show." You know, you get there, you don't know what they look like. They know what you look like, but you don't know what they look like. You could cross them 10 times in the day, and they just bloody ignore you. And I'm still walking around with their bag of goodies for the day. You know,
I will vouch for Osman. Osman will probably be with us anyway. To be honest,
yeah. Generally speaking, I don't take stuff to shows. You know, even if people are prepaid for it, I don't do it. It's I've got enough trouble running around for myself without carrying everyone else's gear around.
Michelle says, "Can you send out to the Netherlands?" Michelle Osman's in the Netherlands. Well, he's to the BTS.
I don't tend to send out to across Europe. It's just it can be a bit iffy. You know, it can take sort of like 5 or 7 days sometimes just to get stuff around. If I do, I mean, even like to Ireland, I post stuff out to Ireland, but I don't guarantee like a live arrival because I've had it take over a week to get there before now. So I tend to try. I tend not to bother really.
Have you got an Avic Havoc female for sale? Adult female?
I have a juvie.
Chris has got a mature male. He's looking for a female. Enzo Performance has asked the question, which I probably know the answer to. Dave, would you do mystery boxes?
They do seem to be the range, don't they?
I mean, you know me. I love a mystery box. We bought one from the show from Portsmouth Tarantulas, and I went for a really, really cheap one to see what's in it. But yeah, that's going to be pretty cool. But
right. Yeah, I don't see. I think to be fair, I think the mystery boxes work well for both the buyer and the seller because it gives the seller an opportunity to move stuff out that maybe isn't selling so well or whatever. You know, you can put it in there, throw a few good bits in there, whatever. And then the buyer, because they got that whole thing that they just don't know what they're going to get. As long as you get value for money, I think they're a great thing.
What I'd like to do is Lewis or Lupang has been chilling backstage because he's moderator on the channel, but then on StreamYard he can highlight stuff for me and stuff like that, so I can concentrate with Dave, and it's so helpful. I want to just bring him up for the last bit, if that's all right.
Hey, there he is.
Messaging Anton.
You got any questions for Dave?
Yeah, I want to come count spiders.
If you're ever at a show and you see Spider-Man doing backflips, it's Lewis.
You know what? I didn't even do any backflips. I kept like testing the floor out, trying to find a soft spot.
You know that's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for a soft spot. The refreshments area, that was like a aerobics room.
Yes. Yeah.
And I was like, I could in here, but I'm probably going to knock some over.
Do you know what? It took me until about 3 o'clock before I managed to get in there for a coffee. And I said to the girl, "Oh, I'll have a coffee." I paid for it. She turned around, she goes, "Oh, do you want sugar?" I said, "Yeah, bang a couple of sugars in it." And as she turned around, she knocked the coffee flying, and it was the last one. I was like, "I don't believe this. This is a garbage."
It closed so early.
I had to wait for it to make a whole new batch.
I went in there for a coffee, and for anybody watching, they've got all sweets and stuff down here, and then they've got some of the crappy stuff here, then the coffee machine's here with the till. There's a queue here. So I'm like, yeah, I don't want none of that. I'll just go get a coffee.
Yeah.
But I didn't realise that it was the actual queue to go all the way around. So I pushed it in front of everybody. But by the time I realised it, I paid for it, got my change, got my coffee in my hand, and I was like,
yeah,
I'll just do a quiet exit now.
Hope no one notices.
Yeah, it wasn't intentional.
Dave, how long after molting do you normally pair your spiders?
Oh, that's something that I've been mucking around with this last year, and I've been waiting longer and longer and longer. I mean, the standard practice is to wait 4 to 6 weeks or so, and then pair them straight up. And the whole theory behind that is you've got a longer period between her next molt. That's the idea of doing them early. But I've been playing with the idea now that I'm trying to see if and when that female ovulates. And I've started to notice that there's been a change in the shape of their abdomen. So when I start to see that change, that's when I've been starting to put my males in. And the reason I've been doing that is because I want to see if they drop a sack quicker than what they would have done if I'd done them earlier, if that makes any sense.
So you're a believer that they're holding eggs before the actual pairing?
I think they do, yeah. I think because you say some people will say they won't produce eggs until they're paired, but then that doesn't hold true when you get phantom sacs.
Exactly.
Erin says, for some of the people who don't know, Erin has got autism. And you know what I'm like, if somebody mentions autism, I'm highlighting it straight away.
Yeah.
He has got autism. He is also a lovely, lovely gentleman.
Yeah,
We had the pleasure of meeting Erin on Sunday at the show, as well as, I think it was his grandma and his sister. Erin, you've got a beautiful family there, although you didn't take all the slot for McDonald's.
No, he is a really nice lad, actually. When you stop and talk to him, he's a really nice lad.
And when you see the blue hearts in the comments, that's for the autism support. I like to say it's the blue hearts, just a little nod to anyone that kind of is impacted with autism or mental health or anything like that, because we all experience mental health at some point. Erin is a diamond, says Matt. Lewis, Matt says, what have you put in the Stormtrooper enclosure? Did you see that, Dave?
No.
Invert Mansions built this enclosure, and it's flipping awesome.
I'll hold it back in.
Can anyone recommend Aisha again anywhere in the UK to buy a sea versicola? It's one of the dream list. Have you got any babies, Dave? Any versicola babies?
I have got a couple, yeah.
You got some for sale?
Yeah.
There you go. Contact Dave's Little Beasties, Facebook, Instagram.
Oh, wow.
Check this.
Bloody hell.
Invert Mansions will literally design you an enclosure to whatever you want.
That is some size, isn't it?
And then
I'll let you into a little secret. I'm talking to them about Lord of the Rings enclosure.
Oh. How do you access that?
That's the occupant in there, and whoever can guess what it is can get 5 points.
How do you access that? Ah. Oh, very cool.
But this would have been sealed on the actual normal tank, and what they've done
Ah, yeah.
is they've cut it out.
Yeah.
Delicathelli diamantinensis.
Yeah, but you already know what's in there.
No, Chris he says diamana something.
Yeah,
and I was like, right, that's got to be a Delicathelli diamantinensis. I've got the elixir.
I thought everybody'd see it and go, oh, it's a GBB.
That's what I thought. I said GBB straight off.
Yeah, I thought a GBB. I must admit when I saw it.
Chris says a fake GBB.
Bloody hell. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
It is really cool.
Have you got the lights on it plugged in, or?
I could probably plug it into my PC.
Oh, it gets sexier, Dave.
All light up and all.
Would you ever consider a themed one, Dave?
Do you know what? It's something I've never sort of like, I don't know. My imagination don't run that far. Bloody hell.
But what's good is that's below the tarantula, so tarantula's not going to get affected by those lights, but you can look and go, that's good.
Yeah.
The stormtroopers are all hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Yeah, can change the colour of it.
That's pretty clear. Oh man, look at that. Bloody hell.
I like the red.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? I tell you, it's amazing, isn't it? How different things are coming in now. Yeah, and it's just purely down to people's imagination.
But hold on, which way do I need to move?
Now, I must admit, right, I am very much like Dave, a naturalistic or at least an enclosure covered in moss. And I've got a semi, you know what I mean? It is like, wow. but if you can get that naturalistic enclosure with a themed background, you're crossing both worlds, aren't you?
I tell you what I did see, and I think it was on Facebook. There was a guy who had actually built a naturalistic enclosure.
My Stranger Things one.
Yeah. He literally built a naturalistic enclosure, but it looked, you had a spider in a tunnel, but it looked like it was in a massive forest. So it looked like you were looking down an avenue of trees, and then the spider was coming out of this like this out of a little burrow. But it gave the effect that the spider was tiny, but it was a big spider. But it was it made the spider look small, and it looked like full-blown forest trees running all the way down the side. Really, really clever. Oh, that's nice. I like that.
That's Balfourian, though.
Yeah, I like that.
The background of that's been in one of my videos.
Yeah, that, right? It's a background that I've never seen anyone do, right? So that's. Do you remember when you done your one ages ago with the cocoa fiber and the silicone?
Oh yeah.
Well, I've done that with a piece of Welsh slate. Smashed the Welsh slate up and put it all over it so it looks like a cliff face.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's clever, isn't it?
I mean, obviously, I've been to Lewis's and I've seen that face to face. That his camera is not doing that background justice. It really isn't. Phil says Invert Mansions make some awesome enclosures. Phil's had a couple as well. Lewis, have you got their calling card? You could just pop up on camera. Obviously, Tarantula-tastic enclosures. Steve, he also does some awesome ones. But that's the guys that made the Stormtrooper one. That's invertmansions.co.uk.
They had a really big stall, didn't they?
Check them out. They're really nice guys as well. Scott and Steve.
Dave from Portsmouth. Hi, Dave. Oh, yeah. They are proper nice guys. Good night from the USA, says Christy. Night, Christy. Take care.
Hi, Christy.
Thank you for joining.
In Dave's Balfours.
How many Dave's Balfours have you got in there, Lewis?
There's 7 of Dave's in there.
I've got 5 of Dave's and you don't even know.
3 of my own.
True story.
Where are they all coming from?
I got given them and the enclosure by somebody.
Oh yeah,
it's quite a sad story, but they said it was Dave's. But they're in a position where they can't look after them because their wife unfortunately had cancer. So I was like,
yeah.
Fingers crossed she gets over it, and I can go and meet him and go, "You coming back now?" That's well. Okay, guys, I've got to get going now. Everyone, night, Aaron. Take care.
Good night, Aaron.
Davey Thompson. I want to do some cool spider enclosures, but I'm working on it. Yeah, do those jumping spider ones. That'd be cool. I might actually buy one then and give it to Tara with a jumper in it. David Thompson says, what are your favourite species of tarantula to each and every one of you and why? Go on, Lewis. Worst question to ask me.
Balfour, easy.
Why?
I have quite a few.
Christy Dennis, good night, guys. We're getting my first tarantula soon. Whee!
Hey, well done. Good night, Christy.
Welcome to the addiction, Chrissy, and please don't think it's not an addiction because it is.
We look forward to seeing you on the next one.
Here's another thing you might like, Dave. Right, so I've done a tank and I've spray painted 2 of the sides and the top.
Oh, yeah.
So then the hide is open this side. So then when it goes to the other enclosure, which is spray painted on the black, it's completely black.
Yeah,
So
that's,
when I put it out, I can see straight into the hide because it's not going to black it off.
that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a bloody good idea. Did you use, I done that with some of mine, I painted them. I used blackboard paint.
No, I didn't. I just used normal spray paint and just left it for a few days.
Yeah, that's a good idea, that.
Chris is getting her first spider, and she said she was scared of spiders before. That's cool. Strog says, enjoying the show, guys. As a newbie tarantula keeper, I always watch Scott and Dave's channels. Has Lewis got one? And is it worth watching? Mate,
No, I don't have one.
Lewis does need one because his knowledge is up there with Dave's. Honestly, Lewis has got some amazing spider knowledge to the point where other YouTubers ask him questions and they steal his information and they don't even tell you it was him. True story. True story.
You're gonna have to stop doing that, Scott.
What? No. I'll say if I nick your information, Dave. I'll say, oh yeah, I didn't know this bit, so I got it off Dave. But I will say, what? It's
Right,
a sore subject.
I'm going to have to jump off.
Is Ellie calling you?
Right, I'm going to see you later.
There's nothing she can say to you that she can't say to us. We're all ups.
Just because you live 150 miles apart doesn't mean you have to flip your todger out every time she phones you.
Yeah. Right, I'll see you all later anyway.
That's
Take
what
care,
Right, no, guys.
Shut up.
No, Lewis. It says, dream tarantula that you guys don't have in your collection. Now, this is an interesting one. Because every time somebody asks me that, my mind just goes to invert and it goes to Scolopendria galapagos or the giant whitey, the massive centipedes.
Yes.
Probably Solaris. But my dream invert is the Scolopendria galapagos or gigantica, the white leg centipede. I think that's because I was once that scared of centipedes. My best mate's wife, as a joke, would send me pictures of centipedes, and I'd have to get Tara to delete them off my phone. That is a true story. A year later, I'm at BTS, and there's a Scolopendria dehani for sale. No, subspinospees for sale. And I was like, right, I'll get it, and I'll get over my fear. And I got it. I ran straight out, put it inside the car, locked the doors, and then went straight back into BTS. I weren't carrying it around with me. I then found out it wasn't a subspinospees, it was a dehani, and that was through Tony at Venomous Visions. I didn't buy the centipede off him, but he was nice enough to tell me the correct species. And since then, I've had a fascination for the centipedes. Very, very misunderstood and underlooked invert, I think, the centipedes.
Yeah, I love them. I really, really do like them. It's funny actually because we were saying about putting different things on the channel, and they don't get the popularity that you think they would.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, everybody worries about them escaping, right? So if you keep a flat piece of cork, if you just a bare essential enclosure for a centipede, give them this much substrate, give them that much substrate if you feel comfortable. Whatever you think you want to give you a lot of substrate, right? On the top of that, place a flat piece of cork bark. That centipede is always going to be underneath that flat piece of cork bark. It won't be anywhere else.
Yeah.
I've got cork bark that goes up in the hope that a dehani would have climbed it. It didn't. And because there's not enough room at the bottom of it for it to go underneath, it's actually gone down into the substrate. So if you've got a centipede and you're putting on this much substrate, and then you put a spider hide, it's going to look at trying to get out because it's pissed off that you put him in a shit enclosure. It wants to be in more substrate, and it wants to be nice and comfortable. Like Dave was saying about his spiders, he could open up the enclosures and none of them are coming running out. It's the same with the centipedes. If you set them up right, they're an absolute dream. I never see my Dahanis. I've got 2 Dahanis. I never see them. Sometimes, once in a blue moon, I will actually physically dig them up just to make sure that everything's still okay. But if you've ever seen a centipede hunt, they're amazing. They're so fast, so agile. They hit their prey, and they just wrap around it in seconds. They're amazing to watch hunt.
Yeah, I think they're one of them ones that I think I could always get more of them.
You're planning on breeding Sabar Blue?
I've got 2 adult females that I have paired recently. So hopefully over the next month or 2, we might well see a sack.
All right, Catherine, no worries, anytime. She says good night, everyone. Thank you again for the lovely welcome. Hope to see you all soon. Catherine, again, if you want to come on the Scott's Inverts Army on Facebook, give that a search. Come join it.
Yeah, good night, Catherine.
Thank you, Jackie. Leaves, reptiles and inverts. My Vietnamese giant centipede regularly comes out for a roam. Centipedes are awesome and very misunderstood. I think we're at the stage in the hobby now where a couple of years ago the scorpions weren't as popular, nor were true spiders. And with the likes of Dave, Jeremy, myself, the true spiders are now expanding even more. And the scorpions seem to be doing the same thing. And I think when the true spiders, Night Lewis, when the true spiders 2 years ago were just at that brink of, we're here, can some of you buy us? I think that's where centipedes are now. I think give centipedes another year or 2. I think they'll be up there with the true spiders. I think there will be a lot of them out there.
I think it's like some of the other things with them. There's the downside to centipedes is there's no real captive breeding going on. So pretty much everything you see is wild caught.
Nobody wants to drown them to find out the sex or put them under CO2 to find out the sex.
But they do, they are really, really easy to do. We were actually toying with the idea of doing a video on it because we got a number of different ones here, and I use CO2 to sex them all before, and it's a really, it's a nice, easy way of doing it. Doesn't cause them any harm.
Enzo says, Dave, what sacks have you got spiders sitting on at the moment?
Can't tell you. It's bad luck.
Chris said, Dave, will you ever try pairing Brachypelma? I know you said your mate does, but will you go for it?
I have actually. Scott will know. They've never really had much interest in me in all the years that I've had them, and I've had loads of them over the years. But I get bored with them. But I am actually making a concerted effort to set up some different ones at the moment and breed them. And that's purely really because of there isn't that much going on with them. There isn't that many people really breeding them or whatever. So I thought I'd give them a go.
Lee, can you keep them communally like scorpions? The centipedes, I think it's the Nigerian banded centipede. You can, but don't take that for gospel. I would have to go to and ask Tony Webb over at Venomous Visions. Because generally, no, you can't. But there is a couple of species you can, but I don't know what they are off the top of my head.
And again, it comes down to that thing about being communal. They're not actually a full-blown communal. So
no,
because they've done the same with the Chinese red-headed centipedes. A couple of years ago, they were selling them like, oh, you can have them as communal. Yeah, and I kept a dozen of them together, And eventually, they did wipe each other out. I mean, it took like 2 years, but they done it in the end.
There is a communal living spider. It's a true spider. Again, I'd have to go on Google to find out the name of it, but they're not available in the UK, which is a shame. Again, Venomous Visions, Tony, he's trying his hardest to get hold of them, but they do share. They actually share.
Yeah, I think
share the same web. Steve Huntsman Turner from True Spiders International Facebook group. He has again, I can't remember the names, but he's got True Spiders. He's put the male in there. Obviously, with True Spiders, it's just best just to leave the male in. And he looked inside the cave, and the female's on the egg sac, and the male is sitting right next to each other. They're literally like this, touching each other. And he's showing signs of being protective over her and the egg sac, which to me, it's like, Steve, please keep us updated. Please put as many pictures up as you possibly can, because this is truly something amazing.
You think Loxoceles, the recluse?
Yeah,
they do exactly the same thing.
Really?
I've kept them before, and you keep them as one big massive communal, and they literally just go on and on and on. You know, it gets to a point in the end where you can't stop them. The lynx spider is another one. You know, that's another one that can live communally. You know, works really well.
Red fangs don't.
No.
Which is a blooming shame. If they live communally, it would. Oh, I bought another one at the show.
Did you?
So I had the female, and then I bought a male, mature male. He went in, and she just went, "Bump, I'm having you, bamf."
Oh.
And she'd been fed up to death. She'd had Mario worms on top of Mario worms. But Clayton from Bugnut was selling them about this big for 15 quid. It'll be in Thursday's video, and I was like, "That please." One of the things I wanted was a Hogna Miami, and I didn't see any at the show.
I'm looking for Hogna carolinensis male. I need.
I got two Miamis. I want, I don't know, 10.
Yeah, they're brilliant spiders. I love them. I've bred them quite a few times.
Feeding response is amazing.
It's what's right.
The feeding response is amazing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you another one with a real good one. Ishnetheli cordata, a little black spider. Looks a little bit like a black widow. It's got white markings on the back instead. That creates it's like a cross between a curtain web and a funnel web. So it's got the funnel web, but then it goes into that curtain shape. I dropped food on that when I had her, and she would come out that quick that when I slowed the footage down, the web was sticking to her. So it looks like she's trampolining. She's going that quick across the web. Wow. Amazing.
That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Stegotopophus saris norium is the Indian social spider, says Phil. Kept them a few years ago at the zoo.
Yeah.
Next true spider on my wish list is yoga faced. The longer pipes is quite a nice one. I've got one of those. They look really, really fragile. So I'm always worried about feeding her, but I chuck in flies and she smashes them like there's nothing. But she's got these long, skinny legs. And I haven't seen her spit the venom covered web at anything yet. She just seems to catch them.
Yeah. Yeah, I must admit, they had some ogre face, didn't they, at the show? But they were absolutely tiny.
Was that Jeremy?
I can't remember. I remember seeing them. I think it might well have been actually. They were tiny little things.
Never thought I would get spiders and bugs, but I'm addicted to buying them now, says Tarantula Brandon. Join the club, mate. Join the club. There's something else I'm branching out into as well as the spiders and the other bits and bobs that we've got, but you have to wait for Thursday's video and you'll see. And it's gone down. They've gone down an absolute hit with the boys in the family here.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah. Proper. I've already been online looking at others and I'm like, oh. It's having the room for them. It's with these is the problem. But I've got room for the ones that we've got.
I think I might know what you've gone for.
I think you might have seen them. You might have seen them.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything.
You got any sand spiders, Dave?
I have, yeah. Yeah.
Siricaris or?
Yep. Yeah.
I've got baby Thomothoides, and then I've got the other genus. I can't remember the genus name, but Huhani. Species. Yeah. Night, Jackie.
Yeah, I've got 4 or 5 of them, I think.
They are. Oh.
Good night, Jack.
They are so fast, so fast.
They're one of the easiest things to keep. Yeah, they are so easy to keep.
That's it.
Yeah.
What I've seen on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook is pictures of sand spiders, and there's tons of rocks and stones that are bigger than grains of sand and like fish decor. Please don't put any of that bullshit in there, because they will hurt their arms when they try and cover themselves. Just put play sand in.
Yeah,
that's all you need. All you need is play sand. Philip Fish is in the chat. He's seen the same pictures I'm talking about. And when they get bigger, that's it. A tub like that and sand.
Yeah.
They get all the moisture they need from the prey, and that's it.
It's fun.
Playing hide and seek, because they hide and the legs stick out of the sand, and I find it hilarious.
I got absolutely hammered a few years ago when I had some, and I kept them literally as I do now, just a tub of sand, nothing else. And I got told that they need to have some vertical height for them to molt out.
No,
because they hang molting.
No, they don't.
Well, I've done mine from literally like a couple of mil to adults. Never had anything for them to hang from, and they've all molted out perfectly well. And so in the end, I sat there one day and I thought to myself, well, do you know what? I'm going to give it a go. So I set one up and I put some branches and a bit of cork bark in there to give it some. And I'll be buggered. Bloody thing died in the molt. And I was like, just stick with what you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And I was like, why did I even bother? But yeah.
Spiders are a little bit more fragile when they come to molting than normal spiders, to be honest. I have lost one in the past through molt, and I did get told they were communal, and I was like, I'm not. I had 2 at the time, and they were both adults. I'm not putting them together.
No.
I know somebody that did, and instantly they lost one of them like that. I like, yeah.
It's not a good idea. Not a good idea at all.
But they're fast. You think sand spiders just hide in the sand? When they run around their enclosure, they are lightning fast.
It's just a good job they can't climb the sides.
You say that. This one will. What this one's done is...
Legs are long enough to reach, aren't they?
Do you know those tiny little holes?
Yeah.
It climbs up them, but what it's done, if you can you see all the bits of webbing it's put?
Yeah.
It uses those and the holes as footholdings and will climb up.
Yeah.
Just there at the moment.
Yeah, I can see him, yeah. Lovely.
But I do like them. When my 2 passed, probably about 2 years ago now, I spoke to Philip Fish, and I think he's got 9 or 10, and I was like, I've got to get another one of those. Yeah. And I picked one up from a show, even though they're not supposed to sell the Sicarius because of its venom, but red fangs and that are completely fine. I know you questioned that one. And then a friend in Coventry was selling the other one, literally just round the corner from where I am. So I was like, I'll have that one, thank you. Michelle, if Dave don't answer, please don't take offence, because personal questions, But she says, what work job do you do, Dave?
Oh, lorry driver now. Yeah. I've always been in the animal world. So I was a zookeeper for years, And then I've worked in nature reserves and what have you, things like that. And then literally as the last, I don't know, probably the last 8 years or so, yeah, I've been driving for a living. Yeah.
Tarantula Brandon, if you watch Dave's previous video, I've done one on Sling care as well. If you want to watch that and all, just watch those videos. What's the best way to keep slings, and how often should I feed them?
Oh yeah,
I'll feed mine once a week. Yeah, I know people that feed them 3 times, 4 times a week. But I'm on the understanding if you're doing 4 times a week, you're overfeeding, but they grow quicker. But then you reduce their longevity of life. But I haven't experienced a tarantula dying at a young age from overfeeding a sling yet.
I think it depends on. The problem is it's a generalisation again, isn't it? You know, it depends on the size of the sling, what you're feeding it. You know, what the whole setup. This is the problem with the hobby. Everyone asks a black and white question, but there isn't a black and white answer because it changes. I mean, we here at the Beastie Room, we generally feed our slings once a week, and that's as much as anything down to time, you know. But they don't need it any more than that. They really don't. So yeah, I mean, it's like anything. If you rather than asking how many times should I feed something, you should be asking yourself, what does that particular thing look like, and does it need feeding again? You know, learn what the optimum size that spider should be, and then gauge your feeding accordingly.
Go off the size of the abdomen.
Yeah. I mean, I get it a lot, you know, all the time. People sort of like saying, "Oh, how often do I do this? How often do I do that?" It's like that. The big question is, how often do you spray your enclosures? Well, it depends on how warm it is. You know, it depends how much I sprayed it the time before.
Night shady things. Take care. She says it's 1 a.m. Need some sleeps. 2 doors.
She's not the only one, I think. Yeah, I think we're going to have to call it a night, I think.
Yeah.
Some.
Are red runners good and fruit flies, or what do you use? Fruit flies for tiny spiders. Even when you get something like a Burinipe's, tiny sling, I just go for springtails.
Yeah. Or literally small maggots. You know, they're literally a good key food. You can't go wrong.
Go off your just go off your spider. If you put a maggot in and it runs to the side, try something smaller. If you put something small in and it's munched it, and then you try giving that one again and it eats 2, put a maggot in.
Yeah. You literally you've got to try and get people to sort of like ask the question when they're doing things. You know, ask yourself the question. Yeah, most of it is sort of common sense, but there is no black and white. How many times can you do something?
The only food that I am now considering not giving tarantulas, it's a personal preference, but I'll give you the reasons to why, is Super Mario worms. Now, the reason why is a while ago I picked one up and it bit me.
Yeah.
The Aki monitor will eat. The Aki monitor is about this big, so he'll eat like 8, 10 at a time. And he did. And Tara was like crying. She was like, there's a bit of blood in the enclosure. And what had happened was the Mario worm had bit the inside of its mouth.
Wow.
So I was thinking, if you can do that to an Aki, surely you might be able to bite a spider. And we'd never know. We'd just put it down to natural death.
Yeah.
But then, where do you stop? Because crickets can bite. You know, every feeder that you put in there has got a mouth part that got the potential to bite. So where do you draw the line and go, well? But Mario worms are dirt cheap to buy.
If you work on the theory of feeding the food item that is like, you know, smaller than what that particular animal will take, then generally you're safe. There's a big thing in the hobby where people want to feed the biggest bloody thing they can lay their hands on to the smallest spider.
That's because they want to do this, Dave. They want to go live and get it on TikTok, quick time.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not worth it, you know. I mean, it's like I breed Madagascan hissing cockroaches, and I do use them. I feed them to my big Theraphosa and stuff like that because they're really good for getting my big spiders into condition. But I don't generally, even with them, I don't generally feed the adult males because the adult males are so strong and their spikes on their legs are really, really powerful. So even with them, I still hand pick the large roaches to go into them real big, powerful spiders.
Matt, I'm sure you can buy maggots on eBay if you ain't got a fish and tackle shop near you. But maggots will survive a long time if you lower their temperature. They survive as well. Kind of, if you've got a fridge on 5, they'll live in there.
Yeah.
But then again, it's like when you go fishing, you warm the maggots up to the wiggle on the hook. If you warm a maggot up and you put it on the web and it starts moving around fast, the spider's more likely to come out quicker. Brush the mealworm's head before feeding.
Yeah.
I do that with terrestrials because obviously the Marios can burrow. So yeah, I might as well just do it to all of them, innit? I'm sure a locust kicked my tokay's eye and the eye got infected.
Very possible. See, I don't like locusts. I don't feed locusts at all.
My tokay's in here. And he will munch dubias like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Literally, he will munch dubias like there's no tomorrow.
I used to have a group of tokays free roaming in my reptile room.
Scott Dave, suggestions for a tarantula to put in a paludarium enclosure.
Any of your Asian species will go well in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything like that. Any of your avics, they'll all do well in something like that.
And as Dave says, given the time, we're going to give it another minute or two, and then unfortunately, we're going to have to close the stream down. I do apologise, but you know, we need a bit of sleep. And Dave and Camera Lady have got their OnlyFans videos to start.
Yeah, they're not going to get their money for now. I'm knackered. They're going to go chandeliers from me.
Matt says, my sturmy fed for the first time yesterday. That noise when it grabbed the male dubia was an experience. I love that. When you put a hisser in and they're hissing like crazy and you hear the crunch. I know it's sadistic, but you know, it is pretty. Mark says, "Wow, that's flown by."
You want to try it with a Madagascan hissing cockroach?
Mark, to think we started at 8 o'clock, it feels like we've been chatting for about 45 minutes.
There's always next time.
I try not to talk to Dave too much in between lives to make sure we've got loads to talk about when the live comes on as well. But again, if you see Dave at a show, just go grab him, go say hello. He don't bite, but he will shake your hand and all the rest of it, and spend time with you.
Oh yeah, we're always willing to say hello. That's what it's all about. We do like to meet people.
And then pass the love on to Camera Lady.
Yes, I will do.
And the final question I've got for you, like I've asked you on the end of every single live, is how about the merch? I want to keep calm and love your spiders t-shirt, and I want a Camera Lady one.
I wouldn't mind one of them myself. No, I think it is definitely something that's that we will be doing. We're having a website built at the moment, so that will hopefully be up and running by Christmas. These things take time. This is the problem. It takes months to put it all together, sort it all out, and then once we've done that, then we will be looking at doing some merch.
We'll answer this question and the next question that comes up, and then we'll be ending the live, unfortunately. Strug says to both of you, if you could keep an animal, what would it be? If you keep any animal in the world, He says mine would be a sloth just to keep the missus happy.
What would you go for?
Oh, I don't know.
I'd have another elephant all day long.
See, an elephant's, yeah. It's probably the animal that I most fear in the world, which is a king cobra. But there's something about their scale patterns that look amazing. But I've had nightmares about them, and I am scared to death of them. I watch my telly and everything, not a problem. And I have got an opportunity next year to film one and be in the same room as one while it's out of its enclosure and all the rest of it, which is something that I really want to do. So I am building up to that. And that's going to happen. But they do scare the living daylights out of me.
There's no need. You'll be fine. Literally, if you, they're very, very cool. Very cool.
But a 14-foot snake that can chase you down and pump you with that much.
They won't. It won't do that. You'll be all right.
The thing is, I'll be in that room, but then there'll be trained professionals that have been doing it for years and years and years in that same room as well. So between me and the snake, there'll be like 3 other people that will get a bit first. I'll be by the door.
You'd be surprised.
I'll have the camera on a 10-foot selfie stick like that, going, that looks nice.
You'd be surprised. I mean, most venomous stuff is not that bad. It's not that bad.
The venomous side, DWA stuff, is somewhere where I want to go in the future. Brazilian wandering spider, brown recluse, definitely spiders. Probably more the Brazilian wandering that I really like. And
you know what? If you want to keep recluses, the Loxoceles, get yourself a load of cellar spiders, stick them in a tank. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. And the same with the wandering spiders. I've worked with a Phoenutria before, and they're no different to that red fang and things like that.
So I've got the red fang, the black fang, and the gold fang. The only time that I find the wanderers to be a problem is the black fang up there. It's matured out to be a male. So every time you go to take the lid off, it's out. It wants to come out. It wants to find a female. And I don't know what it is with the wandering males when they mature, but they are so horny. They just want to go running around to find that female.
They're very active.
That's the only issue. Steph says, thanks everyone. Night to you all and camera lady. We have got time for one more quick question, and that's it. We'll have to end the show tonight, unfortunately. I think
they've gone quiet. That's good.
I think a lot of people watch and they don't like commenting. Oh, there we go. There's the last question from Jackson's Arachnids. How many tarantulas do you currently have?
Honestly, I haven't got a clue. I don't honestly know.
300. I've got 300. I've got frogs, reptiles, centipedes, true spiders, vinegaroons, some other different species that I bought at the show, but there's 4 of those. 4 different species.
I honestly couldn't tell you. I honestly don't know. I never look at it like that. I have no idea. No idea. Probably best I don't know, really.
I had to move a lot of the spiders up to Lupang's, up to Lewis's house when we had an inspection, because I needed to inspect this room for building, basically, because I need to do some work in here. So I was like, oh, fuck's sake, take all Lewis's. So we were taking it all out, and I put it all in the front room to then put in the car.
Right.
And we were bringing stuff out, and Tara's face was like this. And And I moved it up there, come back, and she went, yeah, half the racking's still in the kitchen full. I was like, yeah, that's what's staying. She went, so you've only took half of it to Lewis's? I was like, yeah. She says, I didn't know you had that many. I was like,
Yeah, you don't realise. I think, yeah, I'd hate to want to empty this room.
how I expected that answer. You two are superb to listen to and interact with. Cheers, Matt. Appreciate that. But it's you guys that fuel it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Enzo, any snakes, Scott? Yes. Yeah. I did have quite a few snakes, but I've had a couple of friends that wanted snakes, so they've gone to them in Coventry. I'm a bit of a sucker for close friends that want stuff. Do you know what I mean? But I've got a speckled Mexican king snake, probably 5.5 foot, and that is bought and paid for, and it's at my mate's at the moment until we move. When we move, I've got room for the 4 foot enclosure on stand and everything for it. But because I bought it from them, they were quite happy just to keep it there until we move. So I was like, yeah, brilliant. I'll just go up every now and again, give it food, give them a bit of electric, and job done.
Well, did you see that? There's Jurgen's put up 116 likes.
I gained something like 70 subscribers as well, Dave. So I really appreciate that. Really
What,
appreciate
tonight?
it. Yeah. Since
Really?
you gave that shout out, I thought to myself, I've just had 30 subscribers. I haven't put a short out or nothing. Where do they come from? And then I watched your video and I was like, oh, wicked. No, I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. I was looking back. Your I think it's your Macrotheli Geiger's videos on 1.5 million views.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
Yeah, there is. I think it was the very first one I done. That's hitting big numbers.
Drew's Tiny Critters. I came from Dave myself. Thank you, Drew. Really, really, really appreciate your support.
Good stuff, Drew.
It means a lot. It means a lot. Us smaller channels when guys come across and support.
Oh, if it helps, it helps. That's brilliant stuff. I think that's really cool.
DJ, so that's €270 on Dave's PayPal, Scott.
I like his thinking.
That will come from if you can send DJ your PayPal details, he'll put the 275 in. He'll probably put an extra 25 in as well. He's good like that.
Yeah.
Michelle, I've subscribed today as well, also from Dave. Michelle, thank you so much. Wendy says, great stream, most informative. Good night, everyone, and keep well. Next week is a one of the. I think it's going to be one of the spider shops is going to be coming on for a live. It'd be pretty interesting to find out why they get into spiders, why they wanted to do selling and all the rest of it. They're also quite big on TikTok, so it should be a good laugh. I know them personally and all. And they are really, really nice people. So next week's going to be pretty cool. I'll say that half-heartedly at the moment because it's not in concrete. So fingers crossed it is actually next week. But it should be good. But if you are new, we do a live on this channel every Tuesday. I have the likes of Dave obviously coming on, other invert and reptile keepers. Some nights we do an open mic night, and those nights just go open mic nights are just off the rails. And again, normally, again for those that have just come over on the lives between the hours of 8 and 9, that's UK time. We don't swear or anything like that because people have children watching. So come 9 o'clock on the lives, that's when swearing and that happens. So if you have got children, it gives you the first hour so they can watch, and then you've got plenty of time then to do what you got to do. Cindy Edge had to work late. No. Thomas says service from Germany.
Hey, Thomas.
Is that an area in Germany or is that a German word? Apologies, I don't know.
Bet you too.
Yeah, well, look, to be honest, Strogs, I messaged Dave and I was like, do you fancy doing a live between now and Christmas? Because I didn't expect him just to say, well, actually, I'm off next week. So we did well. But
it's a bit difficult to tie me down.
We can't have Dave on every week. Otherwise, you know, he's going to answer every single question. It's all going to be done.
Yeah, you soon get bored with me.
Sorry?
You soon get bored with me.
I wouldn't. No, we wouldn't. We definitely wouldn't. So hopefully you'll be coming on again in the future.
No problem. Yeah.
Really, really appreciate your time. I think everybody in the comments appreciate it as well as. Because even though Dave's on holiday, instead of doing his OnlyFans with the camera lady, he gave up that evening to come chill with us.
You don't realise how much money I've lost this evening, do you?
It's not that. Camera lady put him on the promise, and now he's not took her up on it. That's it until next year.
Yeah, You're like, my week's holiday has gone to pot now.
Never get bored of Dave, says Cindy. Ozma says good night, everyone. That was great as always. Scott, thanks for joining, Dave. Till next time, take care. Dave has to do his own member and live stream, says Michelle. Definitely. DJ says good night, OC, which is good night. Not everyone from. Yeah. Oh, the game list. Oh, I missed most of it. Oh, sorry, dude. You can, if you give it a couple of hours, it will upload and you'll be able to watch it back. Cheers, Philip. Right, I think we shall say good night before we get started on another subject.
No, well, it's been lovely being here again. I've really enjoyed it.
Really appreciate your time, Dave. Really appreciate your time.
Anytime, my friend. Anytime.
Thank you so much.
Really enjoy it. And it's nice speaking to everyone in the chat and what have you.
Appreciate the shout out on the video as well. That is wicked support. Thank you, man. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that.
Anytime, you know that. No, that's cool. All right, then. Have a good evening. Good night, everybody. Take care.